shut down right now. But the squad wiper. He got work. He gets one. Oh wait, no, he switched from. He switched to the DBS. Oh no.
Getting shut down. Rushy's pissed.
Yeah, the dynamic duo. Oh, that is not a good push.
Oh,
straight up the stairs. Oh my.
Goodbye.
Ooh.
See you later, Team Mobility.
If Joey can find one out, if he can knock one as they're coming up, that'd be huge. Oh, this shot's
Kindness catches Joey out the vehicle.
Oh, the drive-by. And they're getting the revive too to a 4v1. It is done. 24K out in the open, running. Heightened speed in their steps right there. The Panthers are like, yep, Angry Amateurs, time to take advantage. And you check the corners,
watch
though.
the shotgun.
The pump.
And back of the head.
First. Where's the follow-up trade?
Where is the follow-up? Oh, and
hold
two
on.
knocks.
Shotza. The nade is good. K19 looking to continue their dominance right now. Hold up.
He's going for another?
Wait.
Oh my gosh, Gachi!
You can't do that. You just can't do that. But he did it. And he's feeling it. And Gachi.
Oh! Start seeing him moving a little bit. Here comes Jay.
Oh, good shots. Clean.
That was a
no damage
good
taken.
instant knock.
Oh,
he's
up.
clutching it right now.
Oh, he's got this. Isolate the 1v1. There you go. Oh, don't fall off the edge. Oh, he takes a lot of damage, but he gets it.
Good secures.
Quick thirst. Nice. And there's Donk. The supporting fire.
Ding dong.
Lines. He gets one. He's got two. And that's the 2v4. He set up way earlier. Very good job by Steve-O. He absolutely crushes that. Now it's a 4v3 situation. Drago's still getting revived. 24K looking good with.
It could be anybody's game potentially if the Panthers look to get the drop of the HQA with the vehicle. The Panthers say, okay, you're moving, but I'll just stop and shoot.
Last member of Nova, QZ, goes down. 11 eliminations now, and Acer is finding a old cheeky elimination for himself as now he's forced to run in the open, and wow!
Oh, he's just waiting for the right moment to strike, and as soon as he does find one, there you go. Finally finds an active. That's a one-on-one situation. Peralta will need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking quite great too. Whips out the open. Oh, Joey!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 2 of the PMPL North America Spring Split 2023. As you just saw there, we're playing YKG because they were the top dogs of last week. But before we get into that, let me introduce my amazing analyst because he's back. Cameron Davis is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Like the
Yep,
shirt.
I'm here.
Let's go.
Listen, I couldn't stay away for too long.
Okay, all right. Hey, love the shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
2 thumbs up for me. 2 thumbs up from you. But before we actually go on to today, let me give a shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Without them, none of this would have been possible. I think we should just get started. Let's just break it down. Let's go into the formats, points, all of that, because I want to get to that overall, because we actually ended up with some interesting surprises after week 1, as you can see right there. You know what, Cam? I'm going to let you do this one.
Yeah, so we got 3 weeks of regular play where teams play kind of isolated weekly competitions, but it's all about getting points and bonus points for the grand finale where the top 16 teams will advance for 3 days of consistent action. It is a long endurance run into a quick 3-day sprint.
Absolutely right, and I'm so glad you mentioned those bonus points because 1 week is done already. So those bonus points that they already been sent out to those teams, which you mentioned, they're not gonna come into play right now. Those will come into play for the finals, but ultimately, if they wanted to, YKG could come in with a 40-point lead. We'll have to wait and see, though. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Map points. First place is going to be 10 points, and elimination points. We have definitely been seeing a lot more eliminations. And what everybody's currently fighting for, that $9,000, $10,000, I mean, $100,000 total prize pool. I'm just so focused on that $9,000 for first place in finals because that just looks amazing. And then we have some of the other ones too, the MVP, which we have seen some another surprising performances from some of the other players. I mean, not surprised at all. Joey has been fragging out.
Yeah.
Most LMs too, most damage, most assists. Survivalist standout moment. I definitely have a couple. I think mine so far is Gaji. Don't worry, I'm not going to be putting you on this spot yet because I know you probably have a lot of standout moments as well, Cameron.
Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of really good players. Joey, of course, is going to be #1 right now, but I don't think it's a far lead for him. There's definitely challengers right on his trail, and we're only 1 week through, so we have 2 weeks for even a surprise MVP to come out from the back of the trail.
Yeah, if we want to maintain the MVP, we got to continue to see consistency. So we'll see what's going to happen with Joey this week too. I am going to jump in the Joey train, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's actually take a look at the overall for week 1 so you can kind of get a rundown of what happened and also where teams are currently standing. You can see right there at the top, YKG 211 points with a healthy lead over NHyper.
Yeah, it's like a 25-point lead, which is essentially, I mean, it's only 1 point per day. But that's still like that still adds up. That's if they continue on this track, they're going to be ahead of everyone else, and that's not even to speak of a similar gap from second down to third. So we're seeing some separation even just in the first couple of positions here.
Yeah, and for me, I think a big surprise has to be the Chosen. For this team to be able to finish 3rd place after week 1, that is massive considering they didn't start off strong. They came in hot in the weekend. We'll see how they're going to be starting off here. MEZEXIS, a team that was consistent, that ended up with a lot of elimination points. I feel like this week they might be trying to get a little bit more chicken dinners than just that one that they currently have.
Yeah, I mean, MEZEXIS, of course, was another really, really surprising team. There were a couple of teams here, MEZEXIS, Chosen, even Golden Eagles, that started off a little shaky, but you could tell as time went on, they got more and more comfortable. So I don't think that gap is going to, I mean, the gap might maintain itself that we're seeing in these top spots, but I don't think it's going to get that much wider because these teams have finally found their stride. Even the teams lower than this on the ranking, hopefully at this point, they found some level of consistency to be able to deliver at some form. Because yes, the bonus points are nice. You want to start off with as high of placement as you can from the regular week, but the further down we go on the overall ranking, that's when it starts to become, can we maintain top 16?
Yeah, and on the opposite there of what you were saying, some teams started off shaky, but they were able to perform at the end. A team that started off really well, that was in 8th place, ended up really shaky after week 1, so we'll see how WALLSTREETBETS is going to be coming into this week. Some of the other teams, Phoenix Esports NA, even though they currently have 0 chicken dinners, being in 11th place, putting up some nice amount of items. And I'm going to go down a little bit more because PUPPETEER was one of the teams that was really surprising me. The team that we were kind of joking around that they were allergic to the placement points after only having, I think it was like 5 placement points in 2 days.
Yeah.
They started to perform pretty well there in day 3, and after that, it completely fell off. I'm hoping this team shows the greatness that they were showing at one point in regards to elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, elimination points, especially at this point, is not looking that far from each other. Even these teams that are heading into the double digits of the overall ranking, their elimination points are not that different from the teams at the very top. It is all about the placement points that is the biggest driver for a lot of the separations.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go to Men04 there with 70 points. They squeezed themselves there in the top 16, which is going to be hopefully a nice confident booster for them. And then from 16th place, I'm going to go all the way down to 20th point because SLR, man, I feel like they were just getting picked on, not only by the teams in the lobby, but also by us. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. SLR, I'm hoping you guys went back, watched some VOD review, maybe going to be landing somewhere different in Erangel as well, besides Gatka. We don't want to see those hot drops between you guys and MEZEXIS. We know how that ended up turning out. Do you expect any hot drops, Cameron?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you expect any hot drops?
Oh, I mean, I always want to watch hot drops. The problem is, the amount of times that we see hot drops actually lead to something positive for either team involved. It's like a really, really bad cake where it's like really good in the moment, right? Super sugary, super dense with carb, but then you're just left afterwards feeling sick, and you know it shouldn't have happened. Like in the moment, it was fantastic, but afterwards, it's just it was the worst decision.
I got lost on the super sugary, super sweet moment. That's what I get stuck on. But we're talking about two of the top teams. We're talking about YKG and we're talking about NHyper. So let's actually take a quick look at how they were able to perform last week, because what's interesting, you can see the stats right there. NHyper was actually leading in regards to all the stats.
Yeah, they're leading in everything. They're even leading in overall eliminations, as you can see in the average eliminations. It's only like what, one or so over.
Yep.
But why then does YKG have so many more points over NHyper? And that's what I said. It all is coming down to placement points. I actually pulled out a couple of interesting stats. So if you bear with me for a second.
Ooh, go for it.
YKG have 5 wins versus NHyper's 3 wins. YKG have 10 podium positions in terms of first, second, third, or fourth placement versus NHyper's 6 podium placements. And then on the flip side, NHyper have 8 rounds that they've went 9th place or below, whereas YKG have 6 rounds. The only thing that NHyper leads on is where they get 4 or more kills in a single round, which is 16 versus YKG's 11. So even though the kills are looking the same, it is the kills are happening more often for NHyper, but YKG is coming out with bigger individual rounds, not just in terms of where they're getting their kills, but also how they're able to leverage those kills to the big swings. With the new point system that we're coming into this right now, first place only has 10 compared to 15, but don't start thinking that placements don't matter, because that shift from second to first, 6 points to 10 points, is still really massive, as YKG is showing us here.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned the NHyper wins there, the 3 that they got last week. What's interesting, looking at that stat, just the 3 wins alone, 2 of those wins actually happened on day 1. After that, it wasn't that dominant NHyper that we saw in the first 2 games. We kind of saw them slow down too. When they were becoming the aggressive team, we saw them fail at times. So I'm really interested to see what kind of NHyper we're going to be getting here. But we're talking about YKG. So let's talk about their players, because we've been hinting at that Joey train. You tweeted at me using the hashtag PMPL NA, and I said, yes, I'm aboard that Joey train, because look at the numbers he's currently putting up.
Yeah, listen, we should have followed Jukes. We should have followed Zute. They were telling us, listen, guys, this is the year. This is the moment for Joey. The previous teams, previous events, he's looked really good. But I'm like, I don't know. I need to see some consistency. This is the consistency that we mean. He has close to 100 points of average damage over the second place player on his team, being Chico. Average eliminations. He has almost an entire elimination over the rest of his team. And that's not saying that his team is bad, because they're all getting incredibly positive numbers. It's just Joey is going that extra step and beyond. It's fantastic.
It really is. I mean, the way he's been able to perform, the way he's been able to just clutch up moments as well. But I've also got to give some credit to 24K and all the players. Chico, Fierce, every single one of those players has been able to step up when the team needs him. I mean, we can go back to that Miramar match when 24K was able to clutch up that win. You and I were in disbelief. We were like, is he actually about to do this? And guess what? Yeah, he did ended up doing that. Now, going back a little bit to what you were saying earlier, how we were talking about some teams start off hot, some teams kind of slow down at the end. A team that actually didn't start off hot and ended up getting hot towards the end was the Chosen. I want to look at the stats from day 1 to day 5, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be painting a completely different picture. A team that we're talking about, I think Sutse said it best. We thought it was going to take a week for them to be able to warm up. They actually started improving on day 3, and they went absolutely off.
Yeah, third place, as you said, and with that gap that we saw from second to third being around 20 points there, that's incredible considering the bad start that the Chosen had. They definitely came out swinging towards the latter half of last week, and you can just look at the numbers here. They tell all the story that we need to know. The only question is the right side, will that be the side that they will maintain? Is that their average? Is that their bar that they're going to be setting right now, or are they going to continue to sort of fluctuate back between the two? Like I said, 3 weeks of the regular season, it's an endurance race, and if you gas out too early, you're gonna just fall back to the back of the line, no matter how far ahead you are.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like week 1 pool is a little bit too little information for my liking to actually figure out how these teams are going to be performing. I would love for them to keep on that right side. Okay, don't get me wrong. By the way, Gaji currently is one of my standout moments, my personal standout moments, when he was able to clutch up a 1v4, which was absolutely insane. We got a chance to see it there early on the top place before we started talking. So I am interested to see how the Chosen is going to be able to see. Hopefully they can continue on this trend, because they need to watch out. I mean, a lot of other teams want to be able to perform too. So, and everybody had that one day off. Everybody was able to watch VODs. Everybody's currently trying to hunt that top 16 and maybe go for the bonus points as well. Now, it is a new week. We do have new groups. We were hinting at it. I want to see what these groups are going to be looking like. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. It's if I'm not mistaken, I think those are the same groups. Okay, we actually don't get new groups. Interesting. Execute is gonna be sitting out every single match then. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see if those are actually gonna be the actual groups. I will hope that Execute and some of the other teams don't get that first match off. I would like to see how they're gonna be reacting to that, because Execute, from what I was able to tell, at least for most of the days last week, they did have a great performance going on that second match. Regardless of what map it was, they were able to put up great points.
Yeah. And again, we won't really be able to judge how true this is going to be until we are done with the 3 weeks. And frankly, even then, you prefer to have more weeks of the rotating groups with the different, like, when they sit out, when teams sit out and everything. But it is an important thing for teams to recognize how they perform at their best. Some teams come in hot immediately and they're just immediately ready to go, but then start to taper off at the end. Some teams, they need a little bit of build-up time. And so it's important for the players to recognize that and start to sort of build in an internal system. If you need a little bit of lead-up time and then you realize that, wait a second, we're sitting out the first game, that means that you as a team need to figure out what you need to do, whether it's TDM or some sort of practice to get yourself warm and hot, because you got to be able to mitigate that as best as you can to perform in an environment like this.
Definitely. I'm hoping, we're talking about Execute, I'm hoping they actually perform even better this week. They're currently within the first page there when we saw the overall. Let us know, for everybody currently watching, use the hashtag PMPL NA and let us know on social media who is the team that you're currently going to be going for, whether it's YKG, whether it's N-Hyper, or maybe you're an SLR fan. Hey, I know you guys got some fans behind you, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be pulling forward for you guys to actually maybe start performing this week. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, join the Discord, subscribe on YouTube, do all of that fun stuff, and make sure you use the hashtag PMPL, because you guys have been using it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we actually have a tweet from Erangel. Yeah, look at that. My meme entry for Esports PUBGM. Ain't nobody got time for parking. I'm with that, because that's usually how I end up parking the cars too when I'm in the game.
Listen, when you got to send it, and I mean, I love that this is taken on Vikendi. This is the map that you see the most sends onto a compound, because there are so many compounds, and that's just the nature of Vikendi. It's so fitting that that's the one that you just send the vehicle in. You don't have time to make sure that it's in a recoverable position. You just need to go in, Ferrari peek the defenders, and try and take that compound.
Yeah, you don't want to see my parking in the game. You don't want to see Cameron's parking in the game. It might end up not being on that fence. Mine might end up upside down, all right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to save myself from the embarrassment here. By the way, you guys do get a chance to win some UC.
That's all I'm saying.
I'll have to wait and find out if I ever go up to New York. As I was mentioning, though, you guys can get a chance at winning some 600 UC. Make sure you guys go to the Esports PUBG Mobile NA Instagram account and follow all the steps that are currently on your screen. And you know what? Talking about 600 UC.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we have a code. And before we show it, Cam, put your hands up.
Nope,
put your hands up.
Sorry.
Yeah. We're not taking it, okay? Sute was trying really hard during the weekend to take them. So there you go. Whoever wins it, please take a screenshot of it, tweet at us, or post it on Instagram. Use hashtag PMPL NA, because I'm really interested to see who's going to win it. Some guy last week won like 3 out of 5, so we'll see. We'll see who's going to win it. Have you won any UC yet, Cam?
No, I don't think so. I don't even try. There are people that are so much better at that than I just sit here and watch, okay? That's all I need to do.
I'm with you. I try to win some, but I wasn't able to. So you know what? Let's look at the schedule for today. What maps we are going to be playing, because last week we ended up rotating the maps. This week, though, we're going to be starting off with the faithful, just like last week. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and Vikendi. I love Sanhok. I know you hate it. I know you love Vikendi.
I do. I do. And I like Vikendi. I know you hate that. So it evens out in the end, I think.
Yeah. We have had great matches on both, okay? You might differ in regards to Sanhok, but we'll wait and see. And these are going to be the participating teams. Group E, once again, is going to be sitting out. So we'll see how YKG is going to be starting off today, and also how Puppeteer is going to be starting off today, too. But you know what? I'm hearing that we don't have to wait any longer, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be sending over to Hot Juice and the one, the only, the return of Mustache Dave.
That is right, baby! The legend has returned. Mustache Dave, it has been too long, brother. It has been too long. How does it feel to be back?
Feels good. By the way, am I allowed to put my hands down? They told me to put my hands down for those codes right there. I saw, hey, Jukes, I was looking at you, man. You were typing away. You were typing away, dude.
Don't worry about all that over there, okay? There's nothing to worry about. We're all good, bro.
Oh, I'm feeling good, man. PMPL. We are back, baby. Spring 2023. These teams are looking good. The competition looks steep here, Hot Juke. So we're going to have a pretty solid week here.
Yes, sir, we are, man. I mean, we already saw week one. YKG obviously crushed it. They got some big points up on the board. But at the same time, right, the door's open for these other squads to have a nice comeback today and just make something happen, make something special happen. I'm really looking to see those squads that finished on that bottom of week one just kind of pop off here in week two.
Yeah, and those teams, one of them being SLR, that was kind of a surprise to me. You know, I didn't expect them to be all the way down there at the bottom, but fortunately for them, like the desk mentioned, they did have that little break, you know, and these breaks can definitely chop it up to kind of reset that mental. So honestly, I'm looking at these bottom teams, kind of like you were saying, to try to bounce back here this week and just blossom, you know, play the game that we all know they can play here.
Speaking of Blossom Dave, right? Vikendi is back, baby. All right. The Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave curse has to happen in Vikendi. We got to see that water circle. I'm thinking there's a 100% chance. What about you?
Is that one of the questions? For sure. 100% chance.
Let's go.
Water circle. Vikendi, in case you don't know, that's the map that we came up with, the crystal ball. And this is like 3 years ago. So I'm super happy that Vikendi is back. Now, I know the players, though, they're kind of still trying to get used to it, though. I heard the rotations are still kind of a mess because, you know, they just haven't had the amount of hours on Vikendi like we had in the other maps over the last couple years in competitive. So I'm still looking at Vikendi as kind of like that toss-up map for me.
Yeah, I want to see us hopefully cast one of the days where the maps are mixed up a little bit different too. The other day last week, we started off in Miramar, but it's match number 1, Dave, on its way. We're headed into Erangel. I'm happy to have you back by my side here, brother. Let's get it on.
Two brothers getting ready to cast day 1, match 1, week 2, baby. PUBG Mobile Esports, PMPL.
Let's go. And a southern plane path. Does that mean we're going to see a military base to start off the week here, Dave?
What a rough plane path, though, honestly. To start the day and to have it all the way down here in the south, it's going to make those northern drop spots even more of a challenge. But going back to your question, yeah, I'm just going to put, you know, the predictions in the chat right now is going to be a yes for me, as we're going to get to see the teams playing here in game number 1. Which one's sticking out to the Hot Jukes, though? Like, game 1, what team do you want to see come out swinging, starting strong here today?
Dude, one team I've been waiting on is the Panthers, okay? I know this team has so much potential. We've seen some signs of life from them, been them able to make some serious plays. Big Nate was popping off last week, and my brother Quan ended up doing a nice little 1v2 against N Hyper. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish the squad, but still, you know, seeing plays like that definitely gets the blood pumping. So, hey, we're going to get that first zone. A lot of military inside of it. So zones like this, so split, definitely complicate things.
We were kind of right. We were kind of right, but we'll get back to who's right or wrong because look at this. Already a pull up. Like, oh, still someone punching over here. Not the way you want to start the game.
Zed caught. Oh my gosh. Reckless with the pistol. Finally shuts him down. Umavi Zed, or I'm sorry, Wanted Vigilante Zed catches the DP, puts so much work onto them, and man, luckily the rest of the team does survive, but they're not feeling too good about that, Dave.
Yeah, I didn't see who that was, but I believe someone from the Puppeteers, though. I mean, talk about the confidence, Jukes, when you have no weapon and you just burst through that door, punching like boom, boom, the 1-2, the 1-2. I guess hitting them with the numbers was able to do in Zed, who did drop first, you know, to get that DP. But unfortunate for them, as now the squad Wanted Vigilantes going to be down to 3, but I think they're feeling okay. It's game number 1. There's plenty of time to reset. We see Steve-O with the vehicle. The whole team, they got vehicles. So they're able to rotate over here, milk the power, get some loot, and get back into the action here very shortly because there's a lot of teams on that east side. So they definitely have the potential to bounce back after losing Zed that early on.
Yes, sir. All the way up in Lipovka. So they full sent it quite a long ways away. At the same time, you know, you got to make sure that you secure yourself in a good position to be able to assist your team. Good to see them making some nice moves here. Still a lot of action left to be had with this zone like this. One team I'm looking at is Execute, Dave.
Okay.
The reason why I'm looking at Execute is because we saw them set up a bridge camp trap early on, but it doesn't look like they're looking to do that this time, as I believe it's Hyper and Phoenix kind of taking that role this time.
Yeah, Execute, they're going to be flexing all their 1-1 splits over there in Quarry, looking for some loot. But another point that you bring up with Execute and just to kind of look at them in general, it has to be, without a doubt, the return of Tensa back in the mix, bringing the gun skill and the experience to the squad, because that, I know for a fact, talking to Jason, that just boosts the morale and the confidence level of the squad as a whole. So Execute, we saw Tensa, I believe, last week show up, but coming in fresh, day 1 this week, and going to play with the team for the foreseeable future. I'm looking at Execute as a top contender here, Jukes, in my opinion now.
I like that. I'm about to comment on that in a little second as we see Skills of Mind catching Puppeteers off guard. One of their players does go down. Are they going to go ahead and get that finish? But you know what? If that's what Jason said, it completely makes sense. Completely makes sense to me because the last time that we casted just a couple days ago, oh my gosh, that Execute team looked like a whole different squad with Tensa on the team. They played much tighter, much safer, much more that kind of bread and butter style of play, just grouping up together and just making it happen with that gun skill.
Yeah.
And we saw them put a lot more points on the board. So I'm looking forward to see, hey, if that's what Jason said, at the same time, the numbers have to prove it. Hopefully they can prove it here today.
Yeah. And we all know, and in case you don't know, Fate is the IGL, but now Tensa is co-IGLing. So I think Execute have a really solid chance here leading into week number 2 to kind of bounce back on the leaderboards. They didn't do too bad last week. 7th place. They did just good. Just fine enough. But I can easily see them being up at the top, top 4. So we'll keep tabs on them, Hot Jukes, as we look to progress in this game. Puppeteers still on the hunt over here. Looks like they're going to get into a combat with Skills of Mind.
Trixie Boy trying to find Hang with a nade. Not going to be able to do so. Ooh, gets tagged up quite a bit. And Trixie Boy might just get knocked here if he's not careful. Oh, Dong!
Dong.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Oh, no.
Trying to open it up with a nade. Can Dong catch Skills of Mind slipping? Yes, he can. Dude, that's a huge Dong off angle right there.
Indeed, Jukes. You nailed it on the head, but honestly, looking at both these teams, Skills of Mind and the Puppeteers, This is really sloppy from both teams. I mean, look at this. You got Dong behind the boulder with an Uzi going for these long-range spray downs. Not exactly sure what the team comms are looking like on Skills of Mine. They know there's an enemy with an Uzi right over here. Just mark it, and I believe we see Bombay looking for that wide wraparound flank to catch Dong off guard. But the thing is, they use so much time already here, Hot Jukes, and Skills of Mine finally going to be popping up looking to make a play here.
That was really huge from Trixie Boy to win that fight there, because now that really limits what Puppeteers can do. It's really up to Dong on the high ground, overseeing everything. He's completely separated from his squad, but Dong ain't scared to be alone. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. We've seen him in this kind of position before, but can he finish, Dave? Can he take out Bomba?
Thing is, how...
oh, yes, he can. Oh, yes, he can.
In the grass. Dude, what is going on? How are they continuing to get slapped in the face right here? I mean, look at this. Dong, the utility is extremely low. You have to assume the ammunition isn't going to be there on Dong's side, but it looks like Dong just might solo the team right now, Hot Jukes.
Dong is laying it down right now and dominates Trixie Boy. 3v1 by Dong, and I don't see the fourth player.
This is disgusting.
Dong in the grass, man. I'll tell you what, you gotta keep an eye out. Otherwise, you're gonna end up wasted.
Skills of Mine. Where did they finish last week? Oh, 18th? Okay. Oh, man, not the start you want to see from them. We'll get back to that because over here, big fights happening. Excuse. Looks like they got a member down over here. MEZEXIS. Looking for some early game elim points. We do get that next circle shift up in the top right-hand corner. Interesting one at that. But going back to that fight, Jukes, I mean, it was just mayhem. How are you gonna, in my opinion, lose against the solo? I mean, that's not a good look here.
That's Dong. That is Dong, 100%. If he's in a position where he is laying down the grass behind a tree, he's laying it down on you, and there's nothing that you can do if you are not prepared for it. Every time that you see a player, finished, especially by Dong, you gotta always keep an eye out. Otherwise, he's gonna sneak up behind you and take you out. Those grass plays are just too clutch, Dave.
Yeah, and it is early game, so I will give it to him on that level. Like the utility when it comes to grenades and mollies might not be on the side of Skills of Mine, but just pushing up there and getting caught off guard by a snake this early on, man. It just, it hurts. It hurts, Jukes. But
it hurts.
Shout out to Dong, though. I mean, remember, we have those bonus cash rewards. I think Dong's looking for a standout moment. That had to have been it so far. I know we just started, but that was definitely a pretty solid play to start the day here.
Can't beat it. You really, really can't beat it. That's for sure. I mean, we have seen some crazy moments so far this tournament. Joey with a crazy finish to win the game and clutch it for his squad. We saw the Chosen as well come up with a ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous, Gaji buggy 1v3 game. Legendary as well. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Dong in the grass is definitely up there for me.
Yeah, a ton of highlight plays for sure, and we're only at the beginning, right? This is only day one, match one, week two, so we have a lot of potential. We'll get back to that because we were talking up a big storm here on Execute. Still 4 up, looking for that rotate. They're going to be a little south of Pachinki. Now, they do have a squad not too far from them, or at least hot on the trail of them, so they might get involved here pretty early on. But yeah, we talked about it. Jason told me the team is feeling great, and that's exactly what you want to hear on a day one here at Jukes.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah, just want to really get that mindset in a right place because there's still a lot of tournament left here. There's plenty of time to come back. You got to be able to shake off whatever you suffered in week one, and you got to come back strong here today. And especially the fact that we're starting at Erangel, there's no excuse, right? There really is no excuse. This is a big fight between the Young Kings and the Chosen that could be coming up here in a second.
Yes, sir. YKG. We'll get back to that. Nice little map view. Farm, dead center. Blue zone's about to be completely closed, and we'll see where this next circle goes. Will it give us a hard shift? Will it favor the bridge? Will it be fair? And just kind of allow these players some more time to work with. And
nice.
Not too bad. I mean, down there in the south is going to be a cluster, but Hot Jukes, what's standing out to you right now?
Dead center of farm finish. I mean, this is a classic Erangel zone here. So all these teams are going to know every single piece of grass on this map of what is taken and what isn't. I'm looking at SLR as well because they do have a position where they can defend, but are they going to be able to move fast enough, and can they actually hold that spot, Dave? They have been yet to prove it. So they're going to have to do it most likely here in the next few seconds against Execute.
Yeah, and if they can hold it, I mean, just talk about the confidence that will kind of go their way, right? Something that they most likely lost after week number 1. That could be the moment, that turnaround moment that they need as a team for that mental or that morale here to start week number 2. So a very pivotal moment for SLR. We'll keep tabs on them as MEZEXIS still going to be playing the south here, nice and slow. Looks like they're setting up to maybe bridge camp. Maybe they expect the team to use that bridge as rotate here. Looking for those points. So we'll keep tabs on that. But SLR, yeah, back to them here. Gonna be holding it down. Oh, but Jukes. Just a duo though, man.
Yeah, just a duo. So this seems to be the thing that just constantly plagues them. Just losing players early on and just, you know, getting stuck in split situations and then ending up as a duo. So, I mean, they have a decent position. You know, can they defend it as a duo? It's not going to be easy. At the same time, I know we like to kind of, you know, mess with SLR a little bit, but you know, the great thing is that this is PMPL. This is spring season. There's still fall around the corner as well. So hopefully, even if SLR doesn't do well in this overall tournament, hopefully they just learn, grow as a team, stick together, and then, you know, come back next season. But there's still a lot of time left for this one. Still a little time left.
Nice save. I was like, my boy's already saying, see you in fall. Nice save. Oh, man. Week number 2, day 1, losing to this early on. Well, they're not the only team. Skills of Mine down to just a solo. They do have that 1 elim point, but getting back over here, used to be known as the Young Kings. Now, YKG, 24K. Looks like they're pinned down by 2 Puppeteers. But I don't think the Puppeteers know YKG. 24K is right there behind them here, Jukes.
I don't think they know, but now Dong is behind them and laying down some shots onto Joey. But 24K said, I've had enough of that. Gets a nice little 1v2 situation. And now 24K is most likely just going to try to drop some utility, keep it nice and safe, wait for his squad to come around and finish this squad. You don't need no help, 24K. 24K said, I got this, Dave. I got this.
YKG. This is what's so beautiful just watching this team as a whole. Like, every single player can hit them shots on an individual level. They just have the skills. They have what it takes to be at the top here, Hot Jukes. And next zone does pop up. You called it. Farm still going to be in play. But 24K, oh, the 1v2 to start the day. That's how you get your blood flowing. K19, nope, up in the top. Looks like they did find that solo from Skills of Mind as they're looking to just hold down the northern part for the time being. But, Jukes, the area that's catching my eye, the south near farm, a lot of teams, my man.
A lot of teams, a lot of buildings still wide open, but I think at this point in the game, I think every squad thinks that pretty much everything in that center is all taken, but little do they know, there's still quite a few spots still available. Fate is going to go down to the play zone. Hopefully we can see Execute be able to res their teammate and get them back into the fight. They are holding that southwestern side of farm. Team Mobility, they're taking the spot that YKG took last day, just a couple days ago, last game. And they ended up beating YKG out of this position to win the game. So really heads up play from them.
They did lose a member here, so they're going to be missing 1. But this area just kind of stacked right here. WALLSTREETBETS, I was looking at the stats. Last week, they had a ton of elim points. They were just popping off. They were not afraid to take the fights. Now, they can use some improvement when it comes to those placement points. But looks like all 3 teams, for the time being, going to be content with their current location. Just kind of waiting to see where that next circle takes us. But Team Mobility, I have to appreciate their ability to park their vehicles in that warehouse to keep those tires safe. That right there is how you keep the vehicles alive for that next rotate, just in case it doesn't favor them. You love to see it, Hot Jukes.
Yes, you do. Let's see what and Hyper is going to do in this position as they're trying to get their Player up.
Oh,
See SLR take it down. Remix as well. Poppy Sour running over Joey in the feed. That's interesting. But right now we're keeping an eye on this execute fight right here as they try to secure this building inside a farm.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be tossed. No.
Bookie,
Oops.
run.
Looks like they're trying to flush out the rats on the second story with the mollies, with the grenades. Exactly what you want to do here. Bookie mishandling that one grenade. Steve-O is way downtown right now, so this is like the prime opportunity for Execute to make this push, but they're looking for that initial knock here.
Can they get it, though? That's the question. There's still a lot of different buildings available here, but I think that this is the one that obviously Execute have decided to go for.
Ooh,
Are
the
they
double
opting-
barrel shotgun, though. Bookie is ready to go.
That's the gun to hold on to right there. That's for sure. I think
Yeah.
both these teams are going to opt to just, chill. Just chill and just play together here at this point. I can't blame them.
A lot of action going on here up in the north as we see the Chosen. I remember you mentioning they definitely made a comeback in week number 1. Looks like Gaji going to be down on their knees, but they did take out Illusion in the process. So it's going to slow down that team fight up there in the north. New circle pops. WALLSTREETBETS, BOPE, the Panthers. The Panthers do have to move. They're no longer favored in that compound down there, so they can play this one nice and slow. But remember, the Panthers, I was talking about their use of vehicles. Looks like they're going to be ditching one as they're making a smoke tunnel. They'll bridge the gap right here.
Yes, they are. Just playing it very carefully. They're going to send it on to BOPE. Can BOPE defend this? They got those shotguns locked and loaded. That US is going to become problematic for Tronics as he's trying to make a play, bouncing back and forth. Trip up on top of this. Looks like he was able to jump on that US and get a nice little angle and just punish the Panthers on their way in.
Ooh, Trip up here on top of the shipping container in the smokes with the suppressed UMP.
Big Nate.
Looks like Nate is going to know that location of Trip, but Trip underhanded the Molotov. Could be huge.
And now he's dropping nades all over the place, low tossing them. Wow, BOPE got absolutely dominated. I thought that was going to be troublesome for Nate. And you can see Nate just throwing a molly in that direction, just saying, hey, trying to stop the pressure for just a little while longer. And the jump shot from Nate said, BOPE, get out of here. Tired of that.
Yeah, they knew exactly where Trip was right there. They made sure to flush him out. I'm really surprised Team Mobility, they hear all the action. They hear it right outside the walls of their compound, but they opted to do nothing right there, Hot Jukes, but sit and wait. And that allowed the Panthers to get the reset, the heals up, and now the Panthers are going to just push them here. So Team Mobility, in my opinion, losing a big opportunity right there.
Oh, man, that's going to hurt them big time. They still have all 3 up. Yeah, they're just playing it very safe. They don't want to make a mistake and just survive a little bit longer. At the same time, though, that passiveness can really, really hurt. I'm surprised, they didn't just run out and try to clear them in the middle of that third party. Oh, but the Chosen getting into it with K19.
Pull up right here. Looks like K19 in the Harry Potter Tower. Not done and dusted yet. Illusion in the smoke. Making the breach here with the shotgun. It's just an all-out battle here. Stup Pig with the final blow. And just in time for the resets. Get those heals up. Get the teammate back up and at him. But they're getting third party here, Hot Jukes, from downtown.
They are getting third party from Phoenix, but they aren't full sending it onto them. So right now, it's pretty much anyone's game at this point.
Panthers, we predicted it, now making that push onto Team Mobility. Team Mobility been big chillin', but they're not the only ones. It looks like YKG attempted to also get them in that sandwich, but they're pulling back here. In the warehouse with the slug right there. 1 HP, my man. Oh, the third party from YKG now.
Oh, is YKG going to come and take out the Panthers? Nate's in big trouble. Tronics is literally 0 HP. In big trouble. So the Panthers have to hold it down, and YKG very smart to just take advantage of this and full send it on in. Chico, pre-firing. Trying to get a knock unable to find it. That Molotov and smoke's gonna slow things down for a second.
Ooh, this could be a nice grenade from Chronix right there. Yeah, this smoke definitely slowing down both teams. And
Oh
what
no!
what really has my concern is YKG. They could get backstabbed from WALLSTREETBETS right behind them here, so they need to really have their head on a swivel. And they're playing somewhat separated as well.
Yeah, and not to mention, you know, Nate goes down to Hyper, trying to get a cheeky off angle behind that little broken wall, and gets caught out and dusted. Yeah, YKG are just gonna kind of just take a breather and move off of this one. Let's see what Execute is gonna do. Oh, they're going to the lobby.
Peekaboo behind the boulder. Surprising the duo from Execute. What a name. What a name to go along with the play that we just saw right there. But honestly, the YKG, the Panthers, WALLSTREETBETS, that little fight down there in the corner, it's no longer in the next circle, Hot Jukes. Like, who do you think's gonna make it out of there alive?
That is my question. That is my question indeed. It is going to be really, really tough because from this position where that map is, I mean, it's really all about timing. How perfectly can you time this push? Phoenix can definitely move forward as they eliminate wanted vigilantes here, but they got to keep an eye out for Hyper.
Stevo's still alive too, right? Or no, Stevo was taken out right there. So yeah, Hyper, now they have the opportunity to really play clean house here in the South. They're still super separated in my opinion, but I definitely get it. They got that one player in the back lines playing that anchor, that oversight, making sure they don't get surprised from behind. And this just comes down to the experience that this team has here when it comes to competitive, but we'll get back to that because now it looks like YKG squaring up with WALLSTREETBETS.
This is a big fight right here. It is a battle in the grass. Kubi gets that nade off and catches one of the players from YKG. That's going to be Fears getting down right as they trade it out. D needs to come out. Oh, 24K has a great angle, but has to time it perfectly.
One more.
Got him.
Got him. Wow.
7.
Wow.
For 24K. He is dominating.
And what's even crazier is the WALLSTREETBETS, they could have third-partied YKG a lot earlier when they were fighting the Panthers, but they opted not to. Instead, just to wait, play the zone, and, well, that's exactly why you do not want to square up against YKG. You want to third-party them when they're distracted here, Hot Jukes.
Well, I'll tell you what, for the prediction game that we're playing, you guys can get on it right now, is who do you think is going to have the most eliminations as Super Lizzie Reflex goes down? Dave, you said Execute a little earlier.
Relax.
Well, let's see.
What'd you say?
I said Hyper. I mean, they got all 4 up. They don't lose zones like this, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just clean up this lobby. Yeah. But Cameron Davis and 7WG obviously colluding together. I'm kidding. Cameron Davis picked YKG.
Okay.
7WG picked Hyper.
Ooh.
So, and here they go. Battling it out right now.
Battling it out. 3 teams to go right now. Hyper, I feel like have the advantage, obviously, because Chico is down. Fierce going for that revive. Hyper recognizing that window is quickly closing. Looking to make the push here. QZZ with the buggy attempt with the runover.
What are you doing? Why?
Tagged and bagged here, Hot Jukes.
There's still plenty of grenades left for your team. I understand the play, but that was completely mistimed. And if there's any team that you want to have throwing nades, it's in Hyper. These guys are perfect when it comes to throwing those nades out. Kindness with the pre-fire. Oh, 24K.
What?
Can he win it out? So close.
Oh, my blood is pumping, man. The M249 right there from Rin, though, clutching it out. And honestly, yeah, this is what I'm looking at here. What are we doing over here, boys? Like,
Phoenix,
what are we doing over here? You know what's happening? GK first is holding them down. Oh, okay. I don't think they know GK's right there. GK could 1v2 right here.
They need to go and just secure this high ground right now very quickly.
Oh, they know.
Do they see Hyper across the field? I don't think they've noticed him just yet. Diamonds has a sensation that there's a player over there. Alf. Alf is the dangerous one here. Alf can win this entire game by himself if he plays it right.
Yeah. Phoenix need to clutch it out now, though, because looking ahead, it's just an open field, right? It is just an open field ahead of them. So Let's see what Alf can do. Looks like Alf slowed down the soldier crawl just a little bit, and GK First relaying that intel back to their teammates. Now going for that crossfire across the way here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, Alf's trying to play this very safe. I like this because if he goes down, it's going to really mess things up for the squad. So he's got to make sure that he just does not get knocked. That's more important than even getting knocks at this point. Just survive. Stay a problem. This could be a great nade from Diamonds.
Oh, immediately peeking that tree, just getting lit up there, Hot Jukes.
GK First throwing up that Molotov. Perfectly placed. Oh my gosh. Burn him up. As Diamonds goes down from GK First, he's got the squad wipe with that MG3. Ow!
Look at the
catches
ammo.
Rin.
Look at the ammo. One bullet on the M4, swapping to the Bison. Oh, the Bison. French way.
That's right.
Love it.
It's not the Bizoff. It is the Bizone. Alf is so good with it too. He catches Rin.
It is just falling apart there. And remember, Alf only has the Bison left to their name here. And by the looks of it, not a lot of heals to go with it here, Hot Jukes.
He's got to believe in the Bizone. He has a rock and a dream. He did get a thirst, but it's in Hyper. Gonna wipe out Phoenix. They do win those. When they get in those positions, man, they are unstoppable. 11 eliminations all by themselves here, Dave.
Yeah, you know, Phoenix, GG's as well, but I definitely feel like this game, we saw a lot of missed opportunities. You know, we saw a missed opportunity from WALLSTREETBETS pushing on to YKG, and I feel like we saw a missed opportunity for Phoenix to try to bridge a gap and close the distance between them and Hyper there when Hyper were in that grenade battle with YKG. So I think it's a nerves thing here. I know it is day number 1, you know, week number 2, pretty new here in the lobby, but at the end of the day, you got to take advantage when you have the opportunities ahead of you here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, they had the door open. They could have definitely, I think, positioned themselves a little bit quicker and possibly have turned that around. But at the end of the day, it's also in Hyper. When those guys get set up like that, they're really tough to beat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We got more games coming up after the break.
All right, so that's how week 2 is going to be starting in Hyper. once again with the chicken dinner. I'm hoping it's kind of not a reflection of what happened last week in day one where they got the chicken dinners and they kind of disappear a little bit. But that was a questionable play by QZZ, Cameron.
I'm so mad. I'm heat flames.
We'll talk about it in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
And Hyper coming out on top in regards to eliminations as well as total points, 22 points. YKG, though, this is what we're talking about, these two teams early, because I expected them to come in hot. YKG being able to get that third place with 15 points total. And Phoenix, 10 points to themselves. And a big surprise for me, Super Lazy Reflex being able to put up 8 points. That's massive.
Yeah. Granted, one thing that needs to be said about YKG's performance, and this sort of compares to Super Lazy Reflex as well. Once we were hitting that end game of this round, YKG was dealing with that farm compound that everyone was stacked up in, whereas some teams on the west side, they had a little more freedom to move around, didn't have to deal with so many teams sort of breathing down their necks. But Hyper, they were sort of cut in between that with, once again, some good area of map control. So we're still seeing what we saw from last week, where Hyper, they might have some sloppy moments, and again, we're gonna get into it. I'm not going on that soapbox just yet, Seven. However, they are really good when they can find themselves in a wide split controlling position of making sure to leverage that into a good round performance.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say you and I were just hitting our foreheads, face palm, wondering what KCC was doing. Anyways, Execute being able to come out with 6 eliminations. That's good. This is actually what we're talking about. I was wondering how Execute was going to be able to perform actually playing the first match, and they continue to put up points. It's not placement points, but it's good to see that they are at least putting up some elimination points as well. And with MEZEXIS, they're continuing the trend that we saw in week 1, being able to at least get more than 5 elims a game, which is going to be massive for them and a great consistency.
Yeah.
And then we have WALLSTREETBETS, which put up 0 eliminations, but they at least got 3 placement points.
Yeah, but this is still, I don't know. I'm starting to think that WALLSTREETBETS, it was a flash in the pan. Like, they had a really good 1 or 2 days, but because, 3 placement points and 0 eliminations. Do you understand how easy it is to trip and fall into 3 placement points? It's really not that hard.
Yeah, we expect, well, I personally, you know what, I'm going to speak for myself. I expect a lot better from WALLSTREETBETS, especially from the flashes that we saw last week. So we'll have to see what this team is going to be able to do. But we showed it earlier. I kind of want to see after this match what Hyper and YKG, that head-to-head looks like, because Hyper is still, you know what, even after this first match, they're currently getting the most elimination points and most damage, obviously.
Yeah, this was just from the one match, correct?
Yeah, just one match.
You have to balance this out with the fact that Hyper won their fight against YKG and then had another fight afterwards. So when you take that into consideration, the overall performance is pretty comparable between the two. It really is just the fact that Hyper had the better positioning, even though they did their best to throw it. Seven, is it time? Can we go into that right now?
Go for it!
What in the world was QZZ thinking? I like the idea of getting into the buggy, zooming it across, assuming the rest of your team is also going to peek and take advantage of that buggy, distracting the remaining members of YKG, because there was a player knocked and one of them eliminated, so there's only 2 standing. That would be a good play, but to go 1 at a time, and then they got the follow-up trade, but still it went down to a 1 versus 1 with an anchor and NHP player being like way off on the other side watching the opposing team, which again is a good setup, but the execution itself is so bad, so poor from NHP. It is astonishing that they're able to be at the top of the leaderboard where they are when I see moves like that. Like, they can get away with bullying some teams. They can't do that to YKG.
Yes, tell him, Cameron. Oh, I love that you're calling that out, because I was calling that out over the weekend too. It's not the first time we see this out of this team, and it's just so sloppy. But you know what? A team that didn't get any placement points, but they did end up getting some eliminations. PUPPETEER. We saw Dong, what he was able to do there with the baby gun. 530 damage, 3 eliminations. I feel like they're hitting their quota again, and the reason why I wanted to showcase this is because of that. This team got 4 eliminations, and after that they were like, you know what, we don't want any placement points. Week 2 day 1, I think we'll wait maybe until the later matches.
Again, it's just the same narrative. They get the elims, they get their points, and then they leave. Like, okay, Someone needs to tell Puppeteer, like, listen, when we talk about what is a good points per game, that is an average across multiple games. And if they have rounds that they get 0 points, what are they like? They need to have a few rounds where they get like close to double-digit points if they want to like keep that balance up.
Yeah, I think please, Puppeteer, I don't want to see one placement point today, okay? We've been talking about how we don't have that big of a pool yet to find a pattern. I'm already starting to see patterns, and I kind of don't like it. But to give him a standout moment, I mean, Dong played that so well, and for him to be willing to take that fight and continue on that fight, I thought that was great out of him. A team that surprised me, SLR, I just want to honorary mention them once again, because it's good to see that they're not in last place. We were seeing that a lot last week, so it's good to see that they are at least currently within the top 5. But you know what? Next match is going to be coming up, so let's see what the match is going to be. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Miramar. That's right, and we'll have to see what teams are going to play. You know what? I'll actually tell you. Group D is going to be sitting out, and we do have new groups, and it's actually going to be BOPE Esports, Execute, MEZEXIS Esports, the Panthers. Those are the teams that are going to be sitting out. The teams that are going to be coming in are going to be Angry Amateurs, Dope Slayers, Golden Eagles NA, and Men of 4. And I'm excited to see that Men of 4 is going to be coming in, because this was the team that was able to make a bit of a push at the end of last week. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to do that again today. We'll have to wait and see. As always, for everybody watching, make sure you guys use hashtag PMPL NA. If you guys tweet at us, if you post pictures on Instagram. And for everybody currently watching on YouTube, I did ask you guys who was going to win that last match. And Fluke, you actually got it right. Even though you didn't spiel it right. But you did set in hyper. So congratulations for that. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be getting the next stuff right. Anyways, I'm excited for Miramar. So you know what? Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, please take it away.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, Fluke, learn to spiel. Learn to spiel, Dave. You know what? Well, I'm about to spill this information that I got here, guys. I hope you got your fingers ready. I hope you got that PUBGmobile.com/redeem ready, as well as we're about to head into Miramar.
I thought you were going to say codes, man. I thought you were going to say codes. And last time they said codes, they're like, put your hands up, casters. I'm like, why? Oh, man, I heard last week you were getting all the codes, Hot Jukes. Just saying. But Miramar, what should we expect? Did we have any hot drops last week when it comes to Miramar? I know it's always a possibility because of the rotating lobbies, and there's always going to be 4 teams sitting out here. So you never know.
I think I'm gonna wait to see where this zone goes, but I'm not waiting for this UC. I warned you guys. I told them. Hopefully they were quick enough to get that code typed in, because guess what? It's already gone, Dave. It's already gone.
It is gone. It is gone. So game number 2, rotating lobbies. For me, I would prefer sitting out game number 1 just so I can have 4 games back to back to back until the very end. Just in case you get that momentum going, because I would hate to be one of those teams that get a win and then next game you're sitting out and then you're just watching for 30 minutes, so it's always a challenge when it comes to these rotating lobbies and how teams handle it when they are faced with those situations. Any kind of experience from you when it comes to these situations and how to keep momentum flowing when you do have to sit down and watch a game, Hot Jukes?
You know what? I think it's all about how you talk to your team. Communication is so important, right? The second your team starts bickering about, man, we should have done this, and no, we should do this, is where things start going downhill. Like, if you are assigned the role of in-game leader, IGL, you have to trust that IGL no matter what that IGL's decision is, okay? So the more you win, obviously you grow more trust with that IGL and things start getting a little bit snappier, a little bit quicker. But the problem is once things start going wrong is where all hell breaks loose. And the thing is, guess what? This is PUBG Mobile. These zones will be crazy. Something's going to go wrong eventually, no matter how good you are.
Yeah.
So how you're able to overcome that is what defines a championship squad, Dave. And let's be real. The teams that are all the way at the top on the global level, best of the best, they have overcame it because they've been playing together for so long.
That right there is that T1 mindset. Game number 1, we saw some T1 grenades. That right there, Hot Jukes, that knowledge. T1 mindset. You love to see it. And talking about that T1 mindset, we'll get to it here because the Golden Eagles, my squad, the of the PUBG mobile scene, gonna be showing up and showing out, hopefully up against the Puppeteers. And I was talking to Baby Thang. Baby Thang said, Dave, we heard you back. This is the week. We're going to pop off, but let's see if Baby Thang can do that. Let's see if Baby Thang can avoid the grenade right there. Almost getting taken out. Rise is coming to support Baby Thang, but Baby Thang, that nade hurt your Hot Jukes.
It sure did. And you can see, are we going to see some T1 Dong here? We saw him get some crazy plays in the last match. He is holding off that off angle.
Ooh, Beowulf though. Ah, dude, Beowulf is so far. Oof. Puppeteers. I hate to say it, but Puppeteers have the advantage right now, in my opinion, Hot Jukes, just because they're all grouped up. They're ready to go, man. They're ready to push.
Yeah, not to mention Golden Eagles is hurting, so I'm not surprised at all. Hang only has the VSS. He does have that S12K lock loaded as well, so definitely dangerous. Rise. Oh, yep, they caught him. Yeah, he shouldn't have moved. He shouldn't have moved like that. He tried to move up a little bit closer because he had a feeling that he was going to get exposed, but that audio cue just gave him away completely.
Beowulf not even really moving too. Maybe has, you know, Winchester, something with the scope, trying to take some shots down range, but regardless, that cover fire sure might help out a little bit, but at the end of the day, you just lost Rise from the dumpster play right there. Stranger and Baby Thing trying to get that retreat going here. But they're going to be down a member still very early on, and that's going to set them back. Yep. Winchester. Yeah, called it. So it's still going to set them back a couple pegs here, especially to start day number 1. And kind of going back to that point I was trying to make before that erupted, the team knows their strengths and weaknesses. And what Baby Thing said is their weakness, one of their major weaknesses, it is the team fights. You know, that is their Achilles heel, right? And their strengths are their rotations. Like, they're great at rotations. They're great at showing up in the late game. So there's a prime example of the team fights and the comms and just how scattered it can be here early on.
Yeah, I mean, even with this off angle, you're not going to get anything done with that Winchester. I'm sorry. Go out, go loot, get a vest, go run up and help your squad up close. Because your position right now with your gun, I know that I love the Winnie, but I don't think you got it like that, Beowulf. I'm sorry to say. So you're right. I mean, how they decide to utilize their time and take on to these team fights, it's just definitely not optimal. And this is how you lose players early on. So I could definitely see how that is one of their struggles. Hopefully, as this tournament goes on, they can fix that, Dave. But you know what? You never know what could happen here in the future. As a matter of fact, I was checking the chat right now.
What's going on?
And it looks like we got Papa Xenox in the chat. One of the legends of NA said that there's a chance we may even see him next year.
Okay.
So, I mean, which team is he joining? What's going to happen? Who knows?
What team do you think?
Ooh.
If you had to make a prediction, a Hot Jukes prediction.
I think YKG's pretty deadly right now.
Who could use him the most, though? I'm going to say SLR.
SLR could definitely use him. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That could be the full turnaround for them. But, I mean, hey, who knows? You got the Dallas. You can pick him up. That is a monster pickup right there. That's for sure.
Kind of going back to that fight with Puppeteers, I'm a little bit shocked almost that they didn't opt to continue to push that. They knew there was an opponent across the way taking shots with the .45 ammunition Winchester, right? So by just doing simple math, they had to have known there's only 2 enemies on their side of the town. Like, would you have pushed that if you were a Puppeteer after getting Rise taken out?
Totally possible. I mean, yeah, if I realized that they had one player so far out.
I mean, they knew because they were getting shot by him. They were getting shot. I saw the tracers.
Yeah, but you never know if it's another squad, though, you know?
True.
There's always that off chance that it is a second squad up there. And if it is, then, it's a risk. So you're making a coin flip decision. So I'm not mad that they didn't do it. They opt to just say, hey, let me just take this point and run. Especially where they're at on the leaderboards, right? So
yeah. What is going on right here? QZZ, the big disrespect driving the Bronco right between Team Mobility, paying the ultimate price of their life.
Trey might get his life taken if he ain't careful here, and Hyper's up on those mountains. Oh, but they looked like they were looking
still
down there.
very questionable. But over here, big fights going down, Hot Jukes. Big fights.
Yes, sir.
Metaphor.
Angry Amateurs and Metaphor going at it. Oh, Masood getting knocked down by Skirt. Let's see what the Slimmy Slim Bot Legend can do for his team on this off angle. Do not jump out the window. That's all I'm going to tell you right now, Slimmy. Do not hop the window.
Atomic popping their head up right there, immediately being spotted by the UMP from Blaze. Blaze just trying to get the pickup on their squad mate, Slimmy.
Oh,
Has a
the
nice full angle.
steals. The steals,
Oh, that's Joey
Dave.
out there. Yeah. Oh, and 24K are also looking to make that push, and I believe Slimmy recognizing that, now looking behind him. And like, listen, boys, we got another squad pushing us right here.
Come on.
Blaze taken down, flushed, kill confirmed right there. There goes a limb on the board. And what's going on here?
That might be the play,
mulling
to be honest.
ourselves.
That might be the play, to be honest. YKG is coming in hot. And Metaphor do realize the team that they are going against.
Ooh.
Beautiful angle, though.
Flush it, flush it.
He's going to flush it. He's going to get the secure, 100%. Yeah, so he gets that one. But Joey, all the way from this huge off angle, forces him down. Can Masood pull off the Christmas miracle?
Masood, no matter where Masood goes, they're just getting lit up here.
Yeah,
Just getting lit up. Masood at least going out with 2 elims. And look at that. Look who's pulling up over there. The Chosen. The Chosen taking out
wow.
Angry Amateurs. Looking to get some revenge out here onto YKG. And they might run into Joey's position. And yeah, Joey recognizing that, saying, no, thank you.
No, thank you. Don't feel like
Hopping in
taking
that
on the
buggy.
Chosen. Oh,
Yep,
can they
hopping
catch
in
the
that
tire?
buggy.
Don't
They're
look
chasing.
like
They're chasing Joey.
it. They could realize that this is the young YKG themselves. And if they do know that that's them, they need to pass them up on the leaderboards. At least when it comes to that, you know, overall standing. Let's see where they decide to go, if they can catch him. Because, man, all you got to do is shoot out that tire from that buggy, and it's all over.
Yeah, and I do like the position from the Chosen. Yeah, they are chasing Joey a little bit right there, but they're going to be in a nice spot to possibly gatekeep the other 2 members of YKG who now need to reposition as well. So love that heads-up play from them. Instead of focusing on those elims outside the zone, they're looking to reposition. And Sup Pig over here. As I say that, Sup Pig. Looks like the squad is looking for an even better spot. They actually pushed out of this compound, and well, Sup Pig just got caught out in the process.
So it looks like Joey
Did a complete
set up a trap.
wraparound.
Looking really good.
I'm not sure why the Chosen pushed out of here, honestly. They had this warehouse where YKG were.
I think they were just chasing Joey,
had him
trying to
dead
find
to
him
rights.
slipping.
They were
Yeah,
too
but-
tunneled on Joey. Is that what happened?
I think so. I think, and then
Bro.
while they were so tunneled, Joey just set up a beautiful trap and just slapped him right in the face. Right in the
You
face. Dave.
cannot let that happen.
Imagine just getting slapped in the face like that. Chosen got to be pissed.
Yeah. And now look at them. They're all separated, just looking for a spot, kind of scatterbrained. And yeah, they just lost a nice little prime spot, prime real estate right there on the edge. And well, we'll get back to them because right now, New Circle did pop. A ton of teams looking for that sweet spot. Now, there are different elevations of terrain here on Miramar, but when it comes to actual buildings, like strong power positions here, Outjukes, do you see any that stand out that are still available?
I mean, SLR takes the center of this zone, so they are in a good position, but they have seemed to struggle holding them. That's the big problem. Hopefully, this could be that time where they actually get that done. They have all players up and with 1 elimination, so they are feeling themselves. If The question for everybody though, Dave,
Yeah.
is who's gonna finish in the top 3?
I'm going with SLR just based
Yeah,
off
right.
of their position.
I mean,
just don't move.
Oh.
Don't move. Don't peek. Just hope no one crashes you. You know what I'm saying? Because I can definitely see
Alright.
the zones continuing to favor SLR in their compound, like you just mentioned. But the thing that I'm worried about is if they do get crashed on, can they hold them out? Can they stop a potential push? That's the coin flip for me when it comes to SLR right now.
well, haven't been able to do it all tournament long, Dave.
Yeah.
But
that's the
you
thing.
are on the broadcast now, and you did give them the Mustache Dave blessing. So I guess at this point, anything is possible.
1 point too so far. 1 elim point.
Wow.
So.
Oh!
With the scar. Wow. Okay.
Headshot.
Headshot. And look at this. Immediately pulling up with the buggy to get the confirm. You'll love to see it. Excuse out here making some plays onto K19.
So K19 realizes this is excuse, but they are completely out of position. So they're not looking to push this fight by any means necessary. Are they trying to set up a little bit of a trap though? Maybe they are. If you're X straight in this bus, you got to be careful, because you could absolutely get caught slipping here. It looks like he's just going to kind of use this bus to try to get some intel. And I don't think that's going to be a great report, because I don't think he sees anything just yet.
Yeah, and on this terrain, that bus can be a difficult vehicle to maneuver here. So very risky intel gathering play right there, kind of separated from their squad mates, still trailing in the back lines right there, as we did see a nice little elim in the feed from the Golden Eagles, baby, as we're going to get a nice glimpse of the map. Let us know, top 3 SLR, question mark, is it still a good pick?
Nope.
Well,
I mean,
I think so.
possibly.
I think so. And they do have one of the squad mates in a vehicle ready to rotate. Not sure why. I would just hunker down. And next circle, they're smack in the middle here, Hot Jukes. Still there.
Dead center.
Big chillin'. With 4 up, by the way.
They need to start playing it loud. Like, they just can't play it quiet. From this position, dead center, you want to play so dominant that you don't want any team even coming close to you. Just constantly scared to even make a move, Dave. And K19 is possibly looking to do the same thing if they spot one player from excuse here. As X Straight's looking for some information.
Yeah.
I don't think he sees anything just yet, though. He's going to have to cross that hill in order to catch him.
X Straight really wants that, too. And James kind of in the back line still maneuvering those vehicles. But look at this. Big knock. Big knock right there. Fears down. Here comes the support from Stellar. But 24K, I don't think Stellar knows.
24K all day. He's going to throw it through the roof.
Oh, is that going through the hole?
It touched him a little bit. Oh, from behind.
Fishy.
Fishy from the back. Getting 24K. And 24K has been on point, especially last game. Crazy elims, but nothing you can do when you just get ear-holed like that. Joey, he's mad. He is very upset and frustrated. I could see it by the look in his face. And when he has this look, he's dangerous. Told you.
Wow.
Goodbye.
That's teamwork right there. The thing that concerns me is wanted vigilantes. They're right there. They're right on top of this. But it still looks like there's a little bit of indecision going into the squad here. Do they want to push this? Do they want to maintain the outskirts, the high ground on this compound, and just wait for the duo from YKG to push out? And I do believe so. Fishy going to be going fishing with these grenades. The thing is, Joey has been hitting those shots here tonight, especially with the scar. And Fishy, Hot Jukes, I'm sorry to tell you, but Fishy has no clue that this flank is coming out from Joey. And fortunate for them,
he smelt it.
He
smelt it.
They are pulling
in the
it
water
off just in time.
Yeah, he knew. He knew. Because he also heard that DBS shot and he saw the feed. So he realizes this is YKG here. And this kind of creates that YKG element. If they were really looking at that feed, they'd realize that they're down 2 players. But when Joey's up, it may make you a little bit nervous. So wanted vigilantes are looking to play this very carefully here.
Here's going to be using that bus for cover and to close the gap and maybe even create some cover in that next circle, because this field is going to be dangerous. Evo going for that spray down with the M4, long range, missing, whiffing. A couple shots right there, but Joey's still back here. Going for that surprise play. He's Steve-O.
Joey. Oh, shimmying. Putting the jukes on. Putting on his dancing shoes, but it ain't gonna be enough. Dose catches Joey out, and Steve-O's gonna steal it, I believe. Actually, no, it's Trixie Boy that's gonna take it right at the last second.
Yeah, just a very challenging push in general, just because no utility, you just got done fighting, not enough time to try to get the full heals and focus up to reposition in the next circle, because that terrain is so challenging, especially with skills in mind. We see them wide open terrain looking right there on that push that YKG were attempting to make. And now, skills of mind in a beautiful spot. I like how they sent 2 up there on that high ground to have a nice little glimpse of that zone up there when it comes to those squads making their way into the north. I love the heads-up play from skills of mind.
Well, let's see, guys. If you have a question right now, the question is, who will finish top 3 at the end of this match? Put your predictions right now in the chat. 7 and I are going to be going with N-Hyper. Cameron Davis is choosing Dope. I don't think you want to choose YKG because they are eliminated.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
we're
still
supposed to
sticking
pick
with
now?
that SLR
I picked
pick, huh?
SLR like 20 minutes ago.
I like
and
it.
Their compound's still in play up there in the north. They are going to have to hold out the Puppeteers and potentially Phoenix Esports. But Phoenix Esports, they need to be mindful of the skills of mind. Remember that push I was talking about, this high ground? Yeah, Dose and Wanted up here. I love this angle. And then they got Trizzy and Bombay in the back lines, just making sure no team could flank them, hugging the edge. So this squad covering all the angles right now, Hot Juke.
Speaking of covering all your angles, I love to see Rushy taking those shots downfield. And I also love to see Cameron Davis, his first day back, so confident. He picks Dope with only 2 players up.
Dope.
And he said that this is the team that he wanted 100%.
Wow.
So,
okay,
man, with 2 players up, he's got a lot of faith in Dope.
Wanted vigilantes over there using their vehicles to hug the blue and for that ultra wide rotate. Unlucky though for them. Play did not work out in their favor. Because now the loot goblins going to be coming out here, trying to get that loot before scooting into that next circle. I'm looking at SLR though. I know they got 4 up. I know they got the hardcover. I know I picked them. But I think now's the time, Hot Jukes, kind of like you were saying, now's the time to start peacocking, you know, start peeking the windows, start going for some shots, start spraying down those opponents because they only got 1 elim here so far.
Stand up and rise. It's now the time for them to do it. They should have been doing it a long time ago because you do not want to get pushed on, especially if you've had a poor, track record of being able to defend those pushes. Blinky getting some nice shots from downfield. We're starting to see those minis. I want to see some of them bolt actions. Here, Dave, I got a bingo card.
Yeah.
A bolt action headshot on screen.
Okay.
I need it here for this week. I need it.
Well, we might just get it. And we might also get a SLR fight here shortly. Still going to be holding it down. We got some action down there in the south. A lot of teams right now playing edge and going to be K19 in the south. Up against Excuse. What do you see?
I see Puppeteers not being very nice to Dope. As one player is going to go down. It's going to be Bray. 77K, full sending it dead center in a vehicle. He does jump out, as we can see right there. Does he survive? He's very close to N-Hyper.
Yeah.
But I think he does live for just a couple seconds
not for long,
longer.
Though.
He's got a rock.
N-Hyper right here. Yeah, N-Hyper right here. You know they're thirsty, man. We can see him tossing these long-range
They're not
grenades.
running out, though.
Yeah, they have such a strong position. The hard cover is key right here. But we know they can hit these grenades.
You know what else you know, though?
What?
That Bray has a rock, and he also has the blessing from Cameron Davis. Anything is possible.
Oh! Yeah, totally.
It expired. It was a time limited time only blue light special.
The mistake right there from Bray is Bray did not trust the rock. Bray pushed out just a little away from the boulder for whatever reason, and that's when that grenade Gave him that love tap right there.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it here. And Hyper still holding their position
Ooh, look at this
strong.
spot, though. I
Oh,
like that.
Alf. Yeah, under the monster truck. That's pretty disgusting.
Gonna be K19 pushing right behind Excuse. The monster truck definitely changing the game here a little bit, in my opinion, on Miramar, just because you get those additional sight lines from sitting that high with that lifted truck. Plus, it's just fun to ride in and run over people. Let's just be real. But
Oh, yeah.
K19 looking to make a play here, and I believe the play is just to get into the zone as Skills of Mind squaring up against Phoenix Esports NA.
Yeah, they're throwing out a little bit of a smoke wall here. It's not the most complete one. They got to really use that utility if they got it, but I don't think they have any more because Dose is completely out of smokes. And then now Alf is going to start throwing everything he has to allow that pressure. Dose with a perfect angle. Wasted, didn't even get a chance to take a shot, and down goes Skills of Mind. That's going to be some big points here for Phoenix.
Yeah, wasted.
Puppeteers!
Ooh, Puppeteers looking to make a play onto SLR. Here goes Peekaboo catching that molly to the face, but just breaching the compound, saving their squad mates just in time, looking for that revive here. This compound is right there on the edge, so they will have some time to heal in that hard cover. I do believe they have a vehicle to work with just in case they need to push down there to the south. But we'll get back to that because over here, still, Phoenix on the move, on the hunt here, Hot Jukes.
Let's see what Team Mobility Gaming could do as this zone is about to close and definitely mix things up. I like how Versa is securing those vehicles because if that zone hard shifts to the other side, they're definitely going to need them. This is going to be the quiet before the storm, the calm before the storm, if you may. These teams need to be planning out exactly what they need to do if that zone goes off them. If it stays, obviously, you just pull out M4 out and you just get ready. But if it moves, you got to have those vehicles, that route planned. Because, as you can see, it is going to center up just slightly off-center. It's a really great zone for N-Hyper and Phoenix. K19 is going to have to fight it out with Excuse, though.
If you're N-Hyper, do you loot that crate right there? I think
Ooh,
so.
no, that's a bait crate. That's a bait crate
You
if
can
I've
use
ever
it for
seen
cover
it.
too, though.
Not
I
in the
guess
middle of the road.
Yeah, they need to watch out for those teams in the south still.
What happens when N-Hyper crosses the road? They will not get to the other side. I'll tell you that right now.
James
Not
trying
here.
to
Not now.
pop some tires out here from Excuse, trying to create some hard cover. Thing is, the blue zone's going to push in here very shortly. James going for a long grenade right there onto K19, but K19 have the cover, and looks like K19 looking to make a play, tossing out some smokes downhill. They do have, well, they did have the vehicle. They lost one tire, but Ander, the determination right here from Ander. A boy almost got blown up.
Definitely.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh,
Whoa.
Excuse. Yeah, I mean, they had to make the push, right? Kai! Oh, with the DBS, almost caught him. Rin's gonna shut that down. I'm surprised K19 wasn't a little bit more quick to the gun to try and third party this, but they're just gonna chill for now. And now we have 5 squads remaining in this game. Oh, Legend gets caught.
Yeah, it looks like K19 were pushing the opposite direction as Excuse did right there on that YOLO buggy send, losing a member mid-air from N-Hyper. N-Hyper, 3 up, 4 elims so far. Still in the zone, as looks like Rin with the barrel trying to take some long-range shots across the way onto Phoenix Esports. But really, my eyes are on SLR, starting to spread their wings up here on the high ground in the north as Earth Frost and Peekaboo now trying to catch Phoenix Esports in the back here.
Whew.
But we can see there's still a lot of cover. Still a lot of cover to be had from a couple of these squads here at Jukes.
SLR has a ton of real estate here. I don't know what Dragon Baby and Peekaboo are doing. They're opting to go and tease this side of the map. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So N-Hyper, one of their players did rotate all the way around. That could definitely make things spicy. So they are opting to clear this side of the map first. I don't mind this play at all. But SLR, this much closer to making you proud, Dave, and ending up in that top 3.
Getting a little concerned though with Rin and their position right behind
Look at that
them.
bush though.
GK first. Yeah, Peekaboo is kind of pinched from Rin and GK first right now. And I believe NHyper know they got a couple enemies in that little ravine. And then also SLR, they need to be cautious of Phoenix Esports on that plateau. So when it comes to teams in best positioning, I'm looking at team mobility right now. So if anyone has team mobility, I love their use of the low ground right there.
Oh, K19 down and eliminated. That's top 4. SLR only needs to survive one more team for the prediction to be correct. And at this point, it's really all about timing.
Oh, NHyper.
Yeah, if NHyper and Phoenix push SLR, they're done. But if,
Peekaboo smoking themselves, I believe, right there, blocking the sight lines. And then Kindness with the follow-up grenade. This could be it for SLR.
gotta stay strong.
Oh, watch
no.
out.
The nade off the pan of the teammate. That's gonna make things a little bit extra spicy. Oh, Rin, always so on point with the nades. Now SLR is in big trouble. Can they survive? They're so close. Phoenix is getting into it right now with mobility. And it looks like Phoenix was actually able to help out SLR there. Dragon Baby, it's up to you. Survive. Oh,
Happens. This is NHyper though. I mean, you can't doubt the NHyper in
That's
the
true.
lobby, but now look at this. NHyper looking to clean up right here as Phoenix getting a little too separated, and here comes Kindness. UMP spray down across the way. There's one looking for 2. They immediately traded on out. Craze 1 HP, Hot Jukes, and who took the win? Blah!
NHyper.
Once again,
That's
baby.
how you get it done.
What a push there for them at the end. No, I love how they took out SLR and didn't pump the brakes. They just kept sending it Hot Jukes to clean up and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, their timing is just so perfect. They realize when they need to get aggressive, when they need to get passive. Yeah, they got blessed that zone towards that edge, but they still had to push through quite a few squads to win that game. So they realized it. They saw the fight that was happening, perfectly executed, and NHyper chicken dinner. I mean, what can he do?
Yeah, and the thing is, it is definitely impressive. And this is kind of like that T1 mentality, because any other team, I feel like, would have pumped the brakes, would have slowed it down a little bit after taking out SLR, maybe even have proned and got some heals, you know, just reset and then kind of pinpoint exactly where everything was on the battlefield. But their map awareness is just on point. Like you said, just straight sending it, trying to get that game done as quickly as possible, while Team Mobility was pinched down there for a good moment. So you love it. You love to see it, Hot Jukes.
Love to see it right there. Another NHyper win in the books, guys. Get hyped. There's still a lot more PUBG Mobile action right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like N-Hyper definitely drank their Monster Energy because they are doing exactly what they did day 1 of last week. By the way, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. The cool thing, though, we were just looking at the stats. Cam, they're actually putting more eliminations, which is nice. Not an insane amount more, but still more eliminations.
Yeah, more eliminations specifically from last week, where they also opened up the very first day of play with 2 wins in a row. So they're continuing on that trend. Does that mean that the trend is going to continue, that they then get no more wins from here on out? They are in the same group, if I'm not mistaken, that doesn't play Erangel a second time. So, I mean, the whole thing might just be the Groundhog Day for N-Hyper here.
We'll finally get an answer next match, but before we do that, by the way, SLR, 4 placement points, 5 eliminations. Okay, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of you guys. We'll talk about you guys a little bit later. YKG, though, no placement points, but they were able to put up 9 eliminations.
Yeah, still getting in the mix, getting a lot of kills. Not getting those placement points, which is what's kept them ahead of N-Hyper. But this is not the time to start being worried.
I'm just over here giggling and smiling because in that first match, I think I got a chance to see Puppeteer, and they have 1 placement point, baby.
Yep.
They got their quota for today. Hopefully, it's going to be more. We'll have to wait and see. Coming into today, before the last match, I was actually wondering how Meta4 was going to be able to perform. Not what I expected out of them, but I am happy that they were at least able to save that match by getting 2 points.
I mean, listen, the amount of teams here that only got 1 or 2 points.
Yep.
It's a lot. It's a lot, right? This was a very hectic map where there was a lot of fighting. It wasn't quite a linear scaling of points. It was more, what's the term? The curve one, the exponential. There it is.
Yeah. You do you. You do you. That's all you.
And I got there in the end, okay?
I'm gonna be looking at the top damage dealers because one of my biggest questions was, is SLR going to be here with how they were placed, with the position that they were on? And guess what? The answer is no.
Yeah, so Dave's really early call about SLR being in the top 3 based off of their position was a good call, in the fact that compound, as long as it stayed in the circle, key caveat, as long as it stayed in the circle, was like very difficult to push, and because of that, no one really pushed them at all, which granted meant that they didn't have a lot of opportunities for kills. They still got 5 eliminations. They still got 5 of them by the end of that map, which is really good for them to sort of break out of that before they got shut down in 4th place. But it's not like they were in a position that they got challenge time like constantly over and over again. They kind of just were able to be the sit for the majority of that map.
Yeah, and well, you know what? It's too early to tell. Just 2 matches in. We'll have to wait and see what SLR is going to do for the rest of the day. But so far, I'm getting a little bit excited. You know, let's actually take a comparison of what they did last week in comparison to what they're doing so far today. The damage, the eliminations. I'm sorry, is this the same team I'm looking at right now?
It should be noted that this is comparing 20 maps versus 2. So as long as like SLR have had 2 fairly solid maps in a row, so you need to take that in perspective, right, when you're comparing this.
Yeah.
I don't, even if SLR are like a completely new team, the stats on the right are not going to last. That is an impossible number to last, especially looking at average eliminations. However, it is important to note that SLR are looking really, really good. They're putting themselves in positions to be able to go into the end game, and they're winning a couple of fights. We didn't see them, we barely, if ever, saw them win a fight last week. We just got to see them get challenged more before we can say confidently that they are a new team from what we saw last week, because they won a couple of fights, but they need to be able to win like multiple in a row, like we see the teams like N-Hyper, like we see the teams like YKG, even Puppeteers, who they win a fight and then they leave, but they still are able to consistently win that fight.
All I know, Cameron, right now, SLR listened to what you just said, and they're writing in their diary, Cameron said, we can't keep up these numbers. They're going to clip it, and if for some reason they do continue, which deep down we're kind of hoping they do end up performing better. We don't want to end up seeing these teams continue on this trend, right?
If they're able to continue the damage numbers and the elimination numbers equally, they would have the most insane damage to elimination efficiency that we've seen across PUBG Mobile history.
We would kind of go back to like, were they just giving everybody a little bit of a head start last week? We'll have to wait and see that. We're joking here, okay? I'm just happy to see SLR actually being able to perform. Now, we are going to be going into Sanhok, my favorite map, your least favorite competitive map. I want to see how some of the teams have been performing in week 1, because a big surprise for me here is actually going to be Hyper. They didn't start off as hot as I thought they were going to be in that map, and they're usually not very well known to perform that well. They are going to be playing the next one, so for Hyper to be up here in the top 5, I feel like that's a good sign.
Yeah, but when you compare it to a team like WSB, who are like 8th place on the overall leaderboard, and then Execute, who are in 7th or so, the fact that they're still not going to be specialists at this map, but the fact that they are putting up numbers like this means that it's also at the same time not a complete flop for them. It's, you know, they at least have something to play for. It's not like they'd be better service unplugging their phones and going to get something to eat, right? But it is YKG and MEZEXIS that we're going to be looking at the most, especially MEZEXIS, because we've sort of hyped them up a little bit. First 2 maps, they've been a little quiet for me. So hopefully this is the time that they can turn that around and get like a good head start, because even if there's a lot of ground for them to take on the overall leaderboard, they could still very well win this week, because those bonus points, your weekly performance does affect the start that you get come finals.
Yeah, and what I'm interested in with MEZEXIS, I was kind of looking at the stats previously from last week in Sanhok. They actually had 2 of the best performing players. So I'm gonna try to figure that out, if it was just because of those 2 players, or if it's gonna be the whole team that's actually gonna be performing really well here in Sanhok. We'll have to wait and see. But for everybody currently watching, please let us know which team is gonna be popping off here in Sanhok. Who's gonna be taking advantage of the absolute madness that usually ensues in Sanhok. Make sure you guys use hashtag PMPL NA and follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. By the way, this time, YouTube channel, I didn't get to ask you guys who was going to win, but I'll make it up to you with this amazing giveaway code that's going to show up. So make sure you type it in fast. I know Sute's crew. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we have to. Sute, look what you made us do. We have to put our hands up. Hopefully, Hot
We're all punished because of you.
and Mustache Dave have their hands up. Oh, hey, Dave, put your hands up, Dave.
Getting this code, man. I don't care. I'm getting the 600 UC. All right, I need to unlock this new skin. So it is what it is, fellas. It is what it is.
Wow.
It is what it is.
What color is your Bugatti, Dave? Huh? What
Black
color
and
is
gold, baby.
Ooh, looking good. Looking real good. You know what else is looking real good?
What's up?
Papa Blue, baby. It's coming in hot. We're about to go into Sanhok. Dave, we have written the book on Sanhok, okay? Papa Blue is chapter 1, right? Potatoes.
Yeah.
Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
So many chapters. You guys got to go check
Chapter
your
3.
nearest.
What is chapter 3?
Chapter 3.
Come on, keep going.
Chapter 3 is make sure you stay on me. Got to group up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Safety first, then teamwork. And then never bet on SLR. I'm just kidding.
Listen, that had to have been their best game yet. All right. I mean,
true.
A
That's
4th
true.
place. They had a couple elims to go with it. So honestly, SLR, all they needed was a little confidence booster. You know, some support, hot jukes from somebody, and that's all they needed. So I'm looking for them to continue to have a pretty decent night. I love their drop spot all the way up there on that northwest. They're all to themselves.
Hot 10.
Hot 10. They got a nice little comfy position. And we know Sanhok, the zones can favor that position, that northwestern spot, many times. So if it does,
That zone goes there.
yeah, if the zone goes there, they are big chillin'.
You know what? I just want them to break this curse so bad. You know,
I'm looking for the zone.
I want them because they get so many good positions. It's just finishing and getting that chicken dinner. Oh, okay. This is gonna be on one of the islands though. So SLR is most likely gonna have to cross a bridge. White Elegi is down there. The rest of the team should be talking to each other and already crossing.
Yeah, they're dead.
Like that fast. Like they should be looting hot 10 just to level 1s and just going because they got to get going faster than anything.
Love how YKG got boot camp.
For free.
Yeah.
This is what they do. No one even messes with them down here. I believe we did see a squad, if I can remember. Last week. Who was the team that dropped on them? Was it Golden Eagles?
Golden Eagles.
We saw a crazy like 3-way for. Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody dropped on YKG. It was when YKG sat out on Sanhok. When they sat out on Sanhok, we saw the Panthers dropped there, SLR dropped there, Dope came in. It was a crazy battle. But yeah, when YKG's in the game, nobody seems to mess with them. The Panthers taking their good old tried and true paradise. I mean, this is such a great spot for them. But at the same time, not able to really maximize it. That's been a problem.
Yeah, and talking about maximizing it, talking to Nate from the Panthers, Nate said just that. They want to maximize their points here this week. They learned a lot week number 1. They did a lot of VOD review, and their goal here, their game plan for week 2, day 1, big plays, bigger plays than week 1, and more aggression at Jukes. I don't think we've seen that more aggression part from them yet here tonight.
That's true.
From the Panthers and Nate. So maybe now that we are kind of towards that halfway mark of the evening, things can start to kick into gear a little more here. But I do love to, you know me, I love talking to players, and I love it when they have a game plan in mind. I love it when they're like, yeah, Dave, we watched and we played week 1. We're going to swap it up here a little bit. We're going to improve. We're going to try to do better. And you just love it. You just love to hear it. So we'll see if they can do it.
Oh no, Skur's running into an absolute trap from Rise, and that is the struggle bus, man. That just seems to be what is happening quite a bit with this squad.
But at the end of the day,
Eagles.
like, why would you expect somebody to be right there? Rise is by themselves. Like,
what did I just say? What did I just say, Dave? What did I just say?
What'd you say?
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
Right? Safety. Chapter 3.
Oh,
means
yeah.
Stay on me.
Stay on me.
Stay on me. Group
Stay on
together.
me.
You can't just run willy-nilly, hopping through the fields, just skipping through the flowers, the daisies. They're not here, Dave. This is Sanhok, okay? Those daisies, those are snakes.
Yeah.
Okay? They're behind rocks. They're under rocks. They're in behind wood piles. You can find them anywhere in the day.
Water snakes.
And they're looking to take you out.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's a lesson. Angry Amateurs just learned.
Rise, though, getting picked out right there, it kind of put a smile on my face. Almost deserved, because Rise, instead of getting in and out, opted to go back prone behind the boulder and see if maybe they can catch another enemy off guard. So Rise on their knees, bleeding on out. Beowulf pretty far still to close that gap, but going back to chapter 3 here for Sanhok, group together. I feel like a couple of players did not check out the book here from the library, and we're seeing exactly who it was. We're seeing them solo dolo just getting eliminated. I mean, look at the match rankings on the right hand side. How many teams already lost one? 4 teams already lost one here early on.
Oof. That's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt. Oh my goodness. Who is gonna finish and keep all their players alive? I mean, it's so crazy to see so many of these teams just losing one so early on in Sanhok. I mean, just stick together. I mean, look how fast YKG left boot camp, Dave. Right?
Yeah. Luke.
They realized. They realized what they needed to do, and they did this before, right? When the zone went down here, they looted it so quick, left, went to the main island, and started gunning away. And it worked for them last time. They won the game doing this strategy.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised we didn't see SLR hop to it a little quicker. Yeah, they had a little bit of a further rotation, but I'm telling you, position in Sanhok is so much more important than loot. Miramar, yeah, you want to loot up as much as you can because you're going to need it late game. You're going to need those gas cans. But here, you just got to be in the right spot and hit those shots. Get that loot from taking enemies down.
Loot and Scoop, chapter 4.
Loot and Scoot, chapter 4.
Loot and
That is
Scoop,
correct.
chapter 4. YKG.
Oh, he
Have a good
did not
opportunity to win this match just based off of their 3 elims so far. Like you said, I just love their mentality here on Sanhok. I love how quick they are, and I love how much terrain and just intel they're gathering right now with the way they move and operate here on Sanhok. They're not just getting a compound and proning and waiting. They're active. They're active from the jump hot, Jukes. And being active on Sanhok is so crucial because you do not want to get caught off guard. And you will get caught off guard if you're just chilling in a compound, because then you're missing out on so many angles and opportunities. So YKG being as active as they are right here, right now, I'm putting them as the winners of this game.
Wow.
It's
Very
early. It's early, but I just love how they're operating.
I can't sit here and just do that. You know what I'm going to believe in? I'm going to believe in Tensa this game.
Ooh,
I'm looking at Execute. I am looking at Execute to bounce back and put some points on the board now that they got Tensa here. I think if they don't do it now, it's going to get hairy, early on for them. So I want to see them pop a chicken dinner here in Sanhok with their position that they're in right now. So Execute's my pick. I wonder if if our host and analyst are going to pick this early on here.
They don't pick till like circle 6. It's okay. It's understandable. But going back to the Execute point, like we talked about them in game number 1, Jason saying this team feeling good, feeling great. They're looking to really capitalize on Tensa being back on the main 4 here this week. But you're kind of telling me that if they don't pop off here, their mentality, their mental might be a little slumped, a little tilted here. This early on.
Especially with their position. I mean, they have the back to the water, so they're the one of the few teams that doesn't even have to worry about one side of the map as the rest of the squads do. So the fact that they have all their players up, they're in a good spot. I don't want them to overthink is what they constantly do. That's their curse, is they do these crazy splits, stuff that they honestly I don't think are quite ready to execute on.
Ooh, I like that. I see what you did. I see what you did.
It's the truth, though. It is the truth. And I think with Tensa, hopefully they kind of calm them down. Tensa's like, nah, let's just stick to doing this. And that works. My question is for you before this push starts.
Yeah.
When you said that Jason talked to you and that that Tensa was co-IGL with Fate.
Yeah.
Does that mean that they're true co-IGLs where they're making decisions together? Or are these co-IGLs where Fate handles rotations and Tensa handles fights? Things like that.
I have to assume, and now I'm assuming, with the amount of experience that Tensa brings to the table, just based off of years of competitive PUBG Mobile, I have to assume Tensa has a big voice in the comms here, on the calls, and we'll see. We'll see what happens, because look at this. This is a true test, Jukes. This is going to be in Hyper right on top of Execute here. Your team that you picked to win this game, they have to potentially fight Hyper, one of the best teams in the lobby. Talk about the caster curse, man.
Well, I'll say this.
Curse, man.
I will say this. It's a good sign, actually, for Execute.
Yeah.
Because if Execute is taking this position early on and Hyper wants it, they are, in my opinion, the best team in the lobby when it comes to rotations, right? To picking the high ground spots, knowing where that zone's going to go, just the most value spot on the map, and Hyper is going to be the team to get it. So if you are fighting Hyper early on, that means that you are thinking like them, right? You are picking those tried and true spots. I said it. That's the reason why I picked Execute, because I thought that their spot was the best on the map so far. And obviously, Hyper was thinking the same.
What about their 2-2 split, though? I like Fate and
Casper. What I'm talking about.
I like Fate and Casper's position, though. But the
Tensa
and Jason... Next circle. Okay, so they have a really good opportunity to completely destroy Hyper, especially with Hyper being somewhat in a skirmish with K19 right now.
But not with this 2-2 split, Dave. If it's 2 split, Hyper's just going to overload them 4v2 or 3v2. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see Execute try to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19 ain't going nowhere.
Well, you saw our boy Illusion trying to dip into the water. He got caught right before jumping and plunging right there. Oh, man. Well, look at this, though. Look at this. Tensa grouping up now with Casper. Fate looking to clear the buildings that Hyper were currently or previously holding down. Did Fate just yoink a buggy? I think Fate just yoinked the buggy from Hyper as well.
Get yoinked.
Got yoinked.
Get yoinked.
Took the buggy.
Fate.
Okay, that's I respect that. I respect it.
That is how you do it right there. Fate yoinking the buggy and full sending it on. Why? And you know why, Dave?
Yeah,
It's
why?
because they saw that elimination feed and they know that that's in hyper. So they're saying, you know what? Let's secure this position right now. And SLR always beat teams to the position, but
Yeah.
somehow they always spread out way
Oh,
too
no.
thin.
Oh, no. Peekaboo!
Peekaboo!
Peekaboo. I feel like these are the only plays that Peekaboo makes, by the way. Maybe that's why they're named that. But
Oh.
we'll get back to that because Fate drop shot right there with the M4 trying to clean up SLR.
SLR. Oh, just the ultimate snake in the grass. They're so good at stealing like players and catching people off guard, but then finishing and actually winning the game is
What
just.
was that?
That was a
First
GG.
just ran through the molly.
Yeah, that hurt. I mean, what are you gonna do though? I mean, he had no choice. He was in the
Deny the
in the
point.
closet. Maybe nade yourself, I guess. Yeah.
Gotta think big
Tough for them.
picture. You gotta think big picture. But I do appreciate Peekaboo living up to their name. I believe that was the second time tonight we saw Peekaboo really like say Peekaboo and get somebody off guard and flush them out for the point here. So you love to see it when it comes to that. But Phoenix Esports. Looking to connect here with the AKM. Hopefully their point doesn't get stolen from the Panthers from behind because
Nate!
Meta 4 are pinched right now, Hot Chooks.
Nate doing a great job at picking up that point. Oh, and you can see Henry getting that finished on the Meta 4. Full sending it into the zone. This is zone number 4. Papa Blue is going to really start stinging at this point. So, yeah, Phoenix are going to have to hit them shimmies and just full send their way on in.
In Hyper, 6 points. YKG, 3 points. Phoenix Esports, we're looking at their push right now. Being held out by the Panthers. Remember, the Panthers we were talking about in this game, Nate said they want to be more aggressive. They want to go for the big plays. Well, they have an opportunity right now to gatekeep. But, and Hyper, QZZ, A-Limbs here.
Yo, they're destroying. They are destroying.
They're farming.
Lobby.
They're farming.
They are
They're
farming.
literally farming.
Execute's in a great spot. Excuse is also in a good position. Dope in the fight as well. That was Cameron's pick last game.
It's his pick this game.
Oh, is it his pick this game? That is the question.
Joey.
Should be. Oh, mobility. Is it just Trey 1v4?
Remember, the Panthers were gatekeeping them as well, so that's impressive. That is impressive. And it looks like Trey was able to get some good picks right there. But the big fight right here, YKG and BOPE.
Oh, that was almost a perfect nade there from Chico. Just a little bit to the right.
1 HP.
Can he catch no hacks? He scared him off that position. That was good enough. He does have 5 first aids. I'm surprised he's not using one yet. Yeah, there you go. Now he finally picks it, and that is going to be money. Joey with the off angle. Massive. So huge. Can Joey finish off BOPE? Here come the DBSs. They're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Fuego.
Uh-oh.
Catches Chico. 24K. Can you get him back? Gotta get him back.
Got him.
Got him.
Now it's up to Trip.
Trip's done.
Trip. Oh,
It's
Joey, though, pretty
with
low.
a DBS.
Blue zone, Papa Blue going to be applying that pressure.
Oh, wow.
Shotgun, ready to go, lock and loaded.
No!
Joey really low, and Trip might actually get the flush right there.
I was surprised he didn't pull that trigger. Oh my goodness,
2 flushes.
Joey. Maybe he is sweating so hard, Dave, that the phone, his finger slipped.
That's why you
Didn't
got
pull that
the claw
trigger.
socks, man. That's why you got the socks, man.
Gotta have them.
Gotta
Gotta
have
have
'em.
on them juke sleeves, baby. That is how you do it.
24K, big piss though, big mad. Looks like
Oh,
they
yeah.
want to get that revenge on Trip. Trip, no heals
Trip,
to be
you tripping.
had, so Trip should be done and dusted right here
Trip,
in this
tripping, Trip,
2v1 situation, and they know exactly where Trip is, and Trip to be taken out, but both 5 eliminations this game. Those 2 right there from Trip,
Wow.
clutch. Those last 2 eliminations, clutch for them, because
Good.
a 7th place is only 1 placement point. So those elims are everything on Sanhok.
Hey, that's some good points for BOPE. But what about the dope? And it looks like Cameron Davis is picking dope once again. Confirmed. Confirmed. And Hyper with 11 eliminations. They are completely out of position. But hey, I said it before. When in doubt, M4 it out.
That's chapter 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Chapter 5. When in doubt, M4 it out.
Chat, we're just giving them all the content for free here tonight, man. Come on. I mean, 5 chapters already.
Yep.
Let's see. Excuse looking to keep out. And Hyper.
When you're up close with the DBS, say less.
Don't. More chapter 6. Okay.
Chapter 6.
Okay. Chapter 6.
Oh, 7 picking wanted Vigilantes to win this game. Bold pick from him and Hyper, though. Oh, that could be a team to pick. Even though they're out of position, they did read the book. They know what Chapter 5 says. And Chapter 6, they practically wrote the book on those 2 chapters.
And
my
Hyper
gosh, the
just
pressure,
so
though.
good. Yeah, they're getting pressured. Yeah, they're getting shot, lit up, and losing some along the way. But look at DK first 5 elims, QZZ 4. So whenever these players do get flushed out, they're going out with some points in the bank too here, Hot Juke. So, and Hyper are just on another level. But Excuse not only holding out and Hyper, but also holding out Phoenix Esports.
Wow. Can they flush? I'm surprised they're not pushing this. They got to realize that they have the man advantage. Sometimes it's okay to go back in the zone and just dominate. Kindness is looking for some off angles, trying to find something cheeky just to open up the door to be able to even make this push. Look at X-Straight. X-Straight is staring right in the sight lines of Hyper, saying, run out that door. See what happens.
You won't.
You won't.
You
won't.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Teamwork, though.
The other door, though.
Teamwork.
Rin knows where they're at, too. This nade? Molly? Oh! It broke on the rock. Oh, so close.
Wow. But still, that's just map
Chico!
awareness, and that's just knowledge right there from Rin to hit the top of that boulder for that spread. Awfully close.
Wow.
Not close
And you know
enough.
what? Yeah, Rin made that run. They don't have any smokes left. It is Sanhok. It's hard to really get smokes on this map. So now, finally, here comes Kai. Gonna make the push. Kindness. He is using his lean right now to get a little bit more vision. For all you players out there looking to get at this level,
Papa Blue.
that could be the play. Oh, he has 6
dude, that's
first
a free
aids,
point.
though.
That is a free point. X-Straight. What?
Molly? Anything?
Why is X-Straight not looking over here? Are they kill feed? You didn't see him
Scared.
get taken out.
Scared. This is what happens. You get focused too much on
Oh, you hear
2 different
you hear
things. Oh, here we go.
you hear
Switch
it.
Kindness.
Oh. Okay. Saving it.
DBS.
Saving it.
Say
Saving
less.
it. Yeah. Okay. Well, Excuse. Solid
Oh, now
game
they're
here
in
so
trouble.
far. Solid
They're not
game
going
here.
nowhere.
But now, here's your
They're
team,
not-
Hot Jukes. Execute.
Yeah.
You pegged them to get the winner chicken dinner. They did lose 1 here. Now they need to take out Excuse before repositioning because Wanted Vigilantes going to be the only team holding down this circle right now.
Right now, Jason needs to be looking up close and trying to figure out a way in for his team and just have 1 player in the back. Just focus on Excuse. Yeah, there's Casper. Gonna catch 2 free points. Wide out in the open. Beautiful, beautiful timing for Execute to get that fight done right there.
Ooh, fishy. Wanted Vigilantes is going to be spotting some enemies out there from Dope Slayers. Here comes the follow-up Molly onto Bray. 77K. Looks like he's going to be getting love tapped with that, but the return fire.
Zed.
Cut open on the beach. Free in the clear right there, Hot Juice.
Oh, it is a Execute and Wanted Vigilante sandwich right now. Looks like Dope is looking to be the other side of that bread. As Fishy's trying to support his teammate, they're going to get eliminated. It is a battle between Execute and Dope. Can Casper hit these shots? He can't. Now it is just Jason. Can he pull off the miracle? Can he shut down Cameron Davis? Pre-nade. Might be good. No, sir. Cameron Davis predicted that Dope was going to win this game 1 game ago, and they finally get it done here in Sanhok.
Let's go, Dope Slayers. But you got to give flowers to Execute. Their heads up when it comes to rotates and positioning. You talked about them very early on. They had a power position. They held it down onto NHyper. They surprised NHyper, and NHyper actually had to change up their whole game plan because of Execute's positioning. And not only that, we yoinked the vehicle from them as well. So Execute playing the zones to perfection right there. And we were talking about this team now with 10th on the squad. Is definitely going to be one of those top contenders in the lobby here, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it one bit. I mean, I think they played that one really, really well. The zone was not treating them very well. You know, it did go to that side. It started keep on pushing to that northern end, but they were able to secure some good, solid points and a great finish, in my opinion.
Big points. Big points. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's still plenty of big points to be had, and don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
That Bugatti looks so good. You know what else looks good? Cameron Davis being right on his pick. Dope Slayers, Cameron?
Yeah, dude, I like their positioning. That's literally all that it was picked on was their positioning.
Same with Mick when I picked one of Vigilantes. I was
that
like,
was a good one too.
It's might be a little bit off. I don't think they're going to be able to do with it. But you know what? I've been going with all the other teams. Execute. Being able to come out on top in regards to total points, 16 points for them.
Yeah.
They did play that a lot more passive, but they weren't able to strike when they needed to. And, I mean, if it wasn't for that one player, Peekaboo, that ended up catching one of their players, they might have ended up with the win.
They could have. They could have. That position under the bridge, though, that they ended up in is a little difficult to try and defend. Dope Slayers, they were able to hide out in that compound. I'm gonna say it. They got some luck from the circle. They didn't have to do a lot of action, a lot of moving. That compound is really hard to push, and there's no reason to push it until like the very, very end game. So they can just sit in and then push out and use the hills to get some really nice angles, overlooking Execute as well as Wanted Vigilantes, but it's a lot of other teams that got a whole bunch of kills. Looking at NHyper, looking at YKG, these teams that got a bunch of kills with low placement points because they were having to push in from the harder edges, from the south side, and really fight with each other.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that NHyper ended up with that many eliminations, because one of their big question marks has been what happens to this team when they actually have to push into that circle, right, and be aggressive. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was against K19 that NHyper was like, we are not going to let you guys go. We have you guys pinned. We are going to send you back to the lobby, and they were able to do just that. By the way, with what you were saying earlier, SLR, are they going to be able to continue to put up those stats? You said that you weren't thinking they were going to be able to. Well, guess what? They actually proved you're right. They were only able to get 1 point, but, I mean, it is Sanhok, right? That's what you were saying?
It is Sanhok, and they're down here with the MEZEXIS. They're down here with other teams that have been good over a period of time. So, like, this one, in the same way that those first 2 rounds don't completely change their story, this one round doesn't completely disregard what they did. Like, Sanhok is incredibly fickle. Like, it's so much of a catch-all map.
Yeah, it comes down to their party and being blessed by the circle, which we kind of saw there with those tough slayers. Yeah. Another team that I thought was going to be actually blessed, I thought it was going to be one of Vigilantes, but I felt like they should have done better with what they had, and for them to only have 2 eliminations, I felt like they played that way too passive.
Well, yeah, but that's what they needed to do. They didn't want to have to break through that eastern coast, the north side of Ruins, and go into that Dope Slayer's compound that's, as I said, incredibly hard to push. Instead, they did a super smart macro rotation, actually went over this tiny itty-bitty eastern bridge to the northwestern island, and then swing back from the larger island just north of where the game ended, just north of Ruins, right? Yep. Which is risky, because I was so confident that they would have been spotted by someone and gotten taken out on the crossover from that bridge, because it's quite open outside of the few like small boxes and stuff, but it's really quite open. But the fact that they're able to make that cross and then actually set themselves up in a nice 1-1-2, I believe, was their defensive positioning. I like that. I thought they had a reasonable chance of taking that end game fight. You know, but that's only putting their hopes into one fight. They didn't get a lot of eliminations before that, so the points weren't as high as it could have been. But in a bad situation, it was definitely a good redirect to put them into a better chance.
Yeah, fair enough. My point of view is, like, if you see people, just start shooting. But that's why I'm not a professional player. That's why we're currently looking at the professional players. So, you know, let's take a look at the overall so far to see how week 2 is shaping up. And NHyper, no surprise there, being able to get 58 points. What is surprising to me, though, is YKG being able to maintain a 2nd place here with how they've been playing so far today.
Yeah, but it's mostly off of eliminations.
Yep.
They have single-digit placement points, which is okay in 3 games, but it really does sort of contrast with what we saw last week. Who knows? You know, YKG, maybe like last week, they just need a little bit of time to catch up to speed, but NHyper aren't completely falling flat after the first 2 maps like last week. So I'm not calling it yet. It's only three games this week so far. I'm not calling it yet. I'm not going to say that YKG are washed. I'm not going to say that they're completely going to I'm not going to say that NHyper are going to take away. I'm not saying that. What? I'm not saying it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it.
I'm so glad you're not saying that. You know what? What I will say is that Execute so far has improved this week, and SLR, they're gonna be so happy being here in the top 5 after being in the top in 20th place for such a long time. And then a team that just got the chicken dinner, Dope Slayers, that's gonna help them massively. You can see they're pushing up to 14 points. Before that, it wasn't one of their greatest days so far.
Yeah, wow, I didn't realize they only had 1 point from the first 2 maps.
They didn't play the first map. They did play the Miramar,
That's
and
true.
then they played this one.
That's true. But still, only 1. Okay, that makes it a lot less bad. But still, only 1 point, and then a very low elimination win. Still, I'm still expecting better from Dope Slayers.
Sorry, I'm just I'm laughing over here because I'm looking at Puppeteer, and talk about a pattern. Puppeteer, 9 eliminations, placement points. We might be allergic to those, so you know what? We're just gonna go for 1. Fair enough, and then we're gonna keep going down the list. MEZEXIS, we were expecting MEZEXIS to have a great match there in that Sanhok. They didn't end up doing that. If I'm not mistaken, I think they only ended up with 1 elimination. Not what you want to see out of MEZEXIS.
Yeah, then Chosen, WALLSTREETBETS. These are a lot of teams that we were expecting to perform better, even Golden Eagles as well. So if we thought that last week was going to be consistent, and it is with NHyper and even YKG to a smaller extent, but there's like that middle pack is like it's looking like it's going to be mixed up heavily by the end of this week, which means that there's going to be a lot of parity in that middle section come the bonus points, excluding, of course, YKG and Hyper. We're going to soak up everything, and they're going to be so far ahead come grand finals that the other teams might as well not show up.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. You were talking about consistency. You were talking about Hyper. You were talking about YKG. So let's take a look and see how they're currently performing today. I'm expected Hyper. Yeah, they're going to be average Illims 12. Wow,
Yeah.
Hyper. Okay, you really took that. We were saying you don't like being that aggressive at heart.
Yeah, they're able to, like, that was the big criticism of them last week, at least in the very beginning, was that they can hold positions, but can they push them? This time around, they're showing us that they can do both.
And they're showing it in a great way. And for YKG, I mean, with the way that they've been performing, for them to still average 8.6, 7 eliminations, that's massive. And something that I do wanted to point out that I enjoyed in that last match from YKG was Joey being able to get the off angle on BOPE. I feel like if Joey wouldn't have moved to that location, if he wouldn't have been able to get that off angle, it would have been an easy, and it's crazy for me to say that, but it would have been a lot easier for them to squad wipe YKG.
The only problem that I see with that graphic, despite those numbers from YKG being very close to Hyper, is that it seems to be the exact opposite of last week, where they're not able to use their survival time, eliminations, damage to get better overall points efficiency compared to Hyper. Those big swings, which has given them all that big placement point gap, just isn't there yet.
All right, well, you know what? We do still have some matches coming up, but for everybody watching, please let us know what has surprised you. Are you surprised that YKG and Hyper are doing that well? Make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA, whether it's a tweet, whether it is on Instagram. I wouldn't be surprised either. And I'm pretty sure Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave are not surprised either, too.
Nope, I am not surprised at all, Dave. Well, you know what I am not surprised about?
Tell me.
This giveaway code right at the bottom, baby. I'm not surprised. You shouldn't be either. Make sure you have that PUBGmobile.com/redeem punched in, and hopefully, if you do get that code, send us a tweet. Why not?
Yeah.
Use the hashtag PMPLNA while you're at it.
Yeah. Make sure you add Hot Jukes and at Mustache Dave. Send us a big thank you for providing these codes. Nah, I'm joking. Thanks, PUBG Mobile Esports. For real.
Yeah.
But a couple hot takes on that break that we need to unpack here a little bit, if you don't mind. First of all, the Chosen, they're doing so bad. They have negative points. What are your thoughts on that, Hot Jukes?
Negative placement points. I think that's a first that I've seen.
Okay. Well, you know what? Chapter
but
8.
It's also a very bold strategy. It's a bold
Chapter
strategy.
8. Try not to get negative points. Another hot take. Did Cameron say, I just put on my headphones so I didn't catch it, but did Cameron say YKG are washed? I was literally putting on my headphones and I heard that and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
What he said was that he was not saying that. Okay.
Okay.
I remember hearing it specifically. You said that he was not saying that, but I see the points that the boys out of the desk are trying to make. Oh, the zone though.
Hold on, one more topic. I saw someone in the chat, I believe Fluke. I want to get your take. Said the DBS takes no skill. That I have not heard yet. We need to unpack that.
Definitely needs some skill. Will it get nerfed? That is the question mark. Will snipers get buffed? I think they do. I think bolt actions need another big buff.
Honestly, I think
while the player's knocked, it should be one shot dead.
The double barrel shotgun, it needs a buff of just like some fire ammunition. So when you spray it, it's like a lava. Yeah. I'll just stop right there.
I think that the bolt, if you're knocked, a body shot should be done.
On
maybe
what
a pan
level
buff
vest?
too.
Hold up, with a level 1 or level 2 vest?
Level 2 vest done. Level 3 vest down to half an HP. Where if a player is right next to
a level 2 vest, you want that to be a knock?
Well knocked. So the problem is that when they're knocked, you hit them with a bolt action, it does like 30% damage. I think that if you hit them with a Car 98 while they're knocked in the chest higher area, I think that's a finish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I'm following. We'll get back to
that. SLR! Hello!
SLR finally pulling up here. Early game, looking for some points.
Let's
is not something we've seen before.
No, we have.
Listen, they got a top 4 today. That's all they needed. Their momentum listen, if you can see me on camera, the momentum meter is at an all-time high for SLR. So that 4th place really gave them that confidence needed. And now we see them taking these early game fights. We didn't see this in week number 1 from this squad. So they're definitely trying to make a change here. And I believe, Hot Jukes, they have plenty of time that if this change works, they can definitely be looking like a completely different squad here in the PMPL NA.
I love the sarcasm, Dave.
There's no, I picked them to listen. I picked them to be top 3.
No.
On that
I will say
Miramar.
this though.
There's no sarcasm. I truly believe they can do what needs to be done to be at least a mid-pack team. Mid-pack. Not top 5, but mid-pack.
I love how you think the sarcasm is with that part. No, the sarcasm is with them not doing this because they have tried. They have tried dropping MEZEXIS multiple times here in Gatka and have gotten spanked. Completely spanked. Taken out the lobby. First team. Over like 3 times in a row. The first game of the day they dropped on MEZEXIS and Gatka in this tournament and got spanked. So I guess fourth time is the charge. But now they're saying we're not free points, Steve. Gatka's ours.
What does that do to MEZEXIS though? Does that? I don't think that tilts them then.
It pisses them off. It tilts them 100%.
You think so?
100% tilted. Yeah, they're like, guys, come on. Give it up. But I don't know. Now that they've actually got the better of them, maybe.
It's like a little rivalry going on.
Oh, yeah. They shot the heck out of their boxes the last time they did it.
Ooh. So SLR, they're just going to do this every time then. Once when you shoot a player's box, they close their eyes at night, and that's all they think about. So they're definitely looking for that revenge here. MEZEXIS, they do still have a duo up, so they could definitely pull out something here. Get some placement points this match. But I agree with you, man. It's looking good for SLR here today. Day 1, they're looking a lot better on week number 2.
Oh, dude, they're looking real good.
Yeah.
Gotta be feeling themselves right now. But can they finish strong?
Who in the chat putting stat faces too, by the way? What's going on?
Dude, that's the question. That is the question.
No, that's me asking you. That's you. You're the one typing. What do you mean that's a question? I'm asking you, Hot Jukes. Oh my goodness, this guy. Oh man. Execute had a really solid Sanhok. Do they continue sliding up these leaderboards? We'll get back to that. Because Angry Amateurs and NF4 are in a skirmish right now.
Let's see what MENA4 can do against Angry Amateurs. Can they hold this position? Slimmy. Oh! Nice little taps back and forth, losing some armor. No big deal. That's gonna hurt Skur's level 3 helmet. Man, it was brand new too, Dave. Brand new.
Angry Amateurs dead last on the overalls heading into this map, if I'm not mistaken. They have about 2 points, and those are from Elips. How does that make you feel, Hot Jukes?
Hurts my feelings, Dave. It hurts my feelings. Because Angry Amateurs, I think that they have that potential. We saw it before. We saw Shaksa, and we saw Skur 1v3. 2 different teams in that Sanhok game last week. But they haven't been able to get that momentum going ever since, Dave. And it hurts me.
Well, fortunate for them, they are going to be fighting MENA4, who are also at the bottom with only 1 more point than them. So 2 bottom teams going to be fighting it out. Right there, we'll see what happens, as it is still pretty early on. I was talking to Quan about it was the last day last week of the MG3, I believe, spray down onto N-Hyper. I was like, yo, Quan, what a play, man. Tell me, like, what were the comms like? And he said they were just walling out, man. They were walling out.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I wish I could have heard him.
Yeah. You love to hear it, though, because sometimes I just try to put myself in the shoes of the player when they're going for those standout moments, right? And the MG3 just I remember they had like this slightest of the angle too. That's what was so impressive. It wasn't just like a wide in the open and Hyper was running. You did the spray down. No, Quan was holding the slightest of the angle and was just threading the needle. And I believe took out 3 in that moment. You and Zute were casting, pumping it up. But yeah, you love to see those plays, Hot Jukes. And we're gonna be looking at more plays because the Chosen looking to add some points from their -2 on the leaderboards here. Going to be fighting SLR, taking them out.
Man, not standing a chance at all. It's all White Elegy, the last player alive for this squad.
Oh, what? My dude.
What were you looking at?
Bad.
Dope.
Dude, SLR, man. It's not just them, though. The lobby, like the challenges of the lobby and just the fact that it's a rotating lobby, you need to be aware of everybody's drop spots, everybody's preferred rotations, everybody's play style. Like, you got to give it to the IGLs and you got to give it to those teams that are truly grinding the VODs post-game to try to really dive deep and understand how other teams operate here. Hot Jukes.
Getting in their heads. They are getting in their heads, Dave. These players have done the homework, especially when it comes to Erangel, and I think we're seeing it here. I really like the dope that we're seeing here tonight, too. They just won that Sanhok match. They made a great rotation here in this game and caught a player out early. They got 2 eliminations to their name. I mean, this could be Dope's awakening here to this today.
Dope's awakening. Love to hear it. Looking across the way at BOPE. Little window action right there. Execute. They're looking to get some intel out there downrange. Looks like Jason's still going to be looting on up. Going to be checking in with MEZEXIS. They lost 2 really early on due to the hot drop from SLR. Now they're going to... Oh! Had the Puppeteers knocking at their door. Oh, man. And that's one of the things we talk about all the time. Like, when you get hot dropped and you lose the hot drop, even if you have a solo or a duo still alive, you're just set back so far for the rest of that match. It just hurts so much. And it's honestly, it's not worth, man. Hot drops are not worth anymore, in my opinion. Just pull out, man. No reason. No reason.
But I mean, the thing is that they have fought for this spot so many times.
It's just an ego challenge.
And they have beaten SLR so many times. And unfortunately, they just happened to lose this one time. And yeah, it just really hurts. So who knows? Maybe they decide to switch to a different spot. But it looks like we're going to get a quarry finish here, Dave. And your Golden Eagles, right dead center.
Beautiful spot. Golden Eagle is going to be on the high ground, looking over Quarry here, up there towards the northern cliffs of Quarry. Everybody else, they open up their map and they're like, oh my goodness. All the teams in Gatka, we see them immediately on the move in their vehicles. Looks like almost every single player has at least a car to their name. And when it comes to actual real estate, though, that northern half, WALLSTREETBETS has a power position, in my opinion, Hot Jukes. Let's see what they can do with it, though, here this game.
That's always the question. You know, you can find the best spot, but can you hold it? That's the big one right there. Slimmy from Metaphor. I believed in this team last week, and they did get a chicken dinner in Erangel. So you know that they now know that that it's possible. They can do that. Can they do it another day or possibly even 2 days in a row? That is what we're looking for. Oh, a terrible spot. That vehicle's getting blown up and there's nowhere you're going.
Oh, but Nate, though, with the return fire saying that's my boy. Gonna be getting a nice little trade right there. Golden Eagles, though, we were talking about their position here, northwest on the cliffs of Quarry, going to be overlooking all of this. Nate, looks like they're going to be stuck in that shack for the time being. Angry Amateurs, though, looking for a huge grenade knock to start the engagement. But it looks like BOPE, the trio,
Big nade. Come on. No hex. Gotta throw it. Oh, misses. This is a hard one to throw. It has to be perfectly cooked, perfectly positioned. No hacks. Is it going to find it here? And it's going to find and just go ahead and retreat. I'm surprised they're not trying to play this a little bit more aggressive against Angry Amateurs.
Just listening on in. It feels like BOPE are smoking themselves here, which could be a huge mistake because as we see, one of the Angry Amateurs now looking for that off angle onto BOPE. And once these smokes dissipate, you're going to have nothing but sight lines right there in the trenches. Here comes the opening knock. Here comes the collapse. Fuego trying to hold Angry Amateurs at bay with the grenades and the UMP. Another
Mistimed. Mistimed. They were supposed to push this all at the exact same moment. And now it's up to Skirt with the Honey Badger. Honey Badger don't play. Oh, switching to the DP. That's one slow. Gets him though. Takes out BOPE. Now going for those reses.
Still, Fuego putting in a lot of damage right there onto Angry Amateurs. And I got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping WALLSTREETBETS. It looks like they're trying to make a push, but only one of them. Only one of them looking to get the grenade knock on the revive from the Angry Amateurs. Now, here comes the second for the support. Trying to clean up over here. Skur still going for that revive. I believe, yeah, able to get it.
Super's still alive too. Skur's gonna have to push up and make a play. Oh, it's not looking good for Angry Amateurs. Oh, that was a good start though. Onto Exotic. Oh, the rest of the team is too split. So it's up to Ji-Woon. Where's the rest of WALLSTREETBETS? Yeah, now they're finally getting in their vehicle and they're coming this way.
Yeah, it looks like the duo was trying to hold down their position in the zone, but that could
Zed
be the downfall right here.
Tense up from the back
what they thought was an easy 2 points now becoming somewhat of a hassle, especially with wanted vigilantes out there.
Yeah, with execute on that hill, they're just saying, you know what, we're done with this. We don't even want to deal with it. We don't want to lose a player early on. We are just looking to survive. Joey gets a shot onto Canary from Phoenix. Wanted vigilantes. This is going to be a nice battle between Angry Amateurs and them.
2v4. We'll see as Wookie has the double barrel shotgun going for that unload, that spray down. Evo with the Bison. Cleaning it up. Wanted vigilantes. Rolling in at the perfect time. Meanwhile, Zed going to be losing their dossier right there. But wanted vigilantes diving in, getting the points, and going right back to where they came from.
Let's see who is going to win this match. Question is, though, who's going to get the most eliminations in this game? Dave?
YGE. I have to go with YG, man. That has been my horse to bet on here tonight. So far, they got 3, and looking at this, they got a solo peekaboo from SLR right ahead of them. But not only that, look at this. The positioning of their vehicles, you know, making sure those tires are full safe, making sure the cars are good to go. A lot of teams still don't recognize the importance of making sure that these vehicles are full safe when they're repositioning and just looking at the map, trying to come up with a new plan. They leave them out there in the open, and we saw multiple times tonight how players take advantage of that. They pop them tires. They take away that utility, but that's not happening to YKG. They got that map awareness. But talking about map awareness for men of 4. How do they make it out of this alive?
Getting caught there by Gaji from that long range. They are just holding the edge. There's still a lot of zone here. They could definitely start moving around and try to survive this one, but getting caught in a really tough spot. I don't think Slimmy is going to get picked up here.
Slimmy.
This is YKG's chance to pass up in Hyper, by the way.
Look how much terrain they're holding down, too. Fears in the vehicle, looking for a spot. 24K. I mean, they're just holding down the terrain, gathering their intel right now with the additional sight lines and ready to go with the next circle pop too. So
yeah,
Golden Eagle is kind of missing that the mark right there with the next circle not favoring them.
Well, I'm gonna have to go with YKG. Oh, Men of 4. Holding it down. Zed with a nice pre-fire on a blaze. Can he get it twice in a row? He does. Down goes Metaphor.
I haven't really seen much from Metaphor tonight, not gonna lie. I haven't seen much from them. But who we are seeing a lot from, Wanted Vigilantes. If I'm not mistaken. Dude, did Zed just lose another car? Oh my goodness. Zed just lost that coupe too. Zed jammed up 2 vehicles this game.
All the desk and everybody pick YKG here, Mustache Dave?
Yeah, easy pick, right?
Easy pick. I mean,
especially
man,
with 4 up.
From their position, it is looking just too good.
Uh-oh.
Can they finish strong?
Dude, what? Just a blind send over here.
He's got a buggy, though. He's the deadliest person in the entire lobby with a buggy. I am not kidding you, Dave. He does not mess around.
Well, they just got chunked down to 50% HP. They are still going to be alive. I guess, now you know. There's a team over there. It's the Golden Eagles going to be in a shack right now. The tomb of the Golden Eagles as Fate's trying to get that grenade in that little window to clean up Rise.
Let's see, can Rise hold that shack? He's going to be eating grenades. Tough break for the Golden Eagles. Caw-caw. Not much you could do in that kind of situation. Wanted Vigilantes have 7 eliminations, though.
Yeah.
That's a team you're going to have to start watching out for.
They have definitely been improving game after game here. Starting to ramp up. Might be one of those squads that capitalize on the snowball over here as PUPPETEER. Not slowing down here. One after another. That's the last grenade. We do have a Molly to follow up over here. Might be the play. Yep. Molly in the smokes. Where does it land? Where does it land? Missing the mark here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, missing the mark, just like Katarius Harris in the chat. You hate to see it. But can he hit a nade here? I mean, it is wide open. I mean, he has only 5 smokes, but if you lose those boxes right there, he should be able to catch it. Looking for toes.
Some toes. Yep. Gonna be swapping to the grenade. A good long throw. Bang is getting picked apart though. Here comes the blue zone as well to apply some additional pressure. Execute though, playing this one nice and calm, nice and steady. You do love to see it. Gonna be hugging the blue here. Right there on the edge.
Who's gonna get that zone? Dead center. All right, YKG has the high ground. You know they love it. If they're able to take out the Chosen without losing a player, they are going to absolutely wreak havoc on this lobby. Execute though. Still alive.
They're just playing with their food here. If you're reckless, like, what's the play, Hot Jukes? We see him tossing out grenades.
Survive. Don't die. That's the play.
How do you survive here, though? It's a
you have to believe.
1v4.
Pre-nade could do it.
They can't even move either because the Panthers are looking right at this. And then YKG on the high ground.
Ugh.
So Reckless needs to hit these shots somehow. Does have a double barrel shotgun to work with. No more grenades, mollies, or smokes. So.
I don't blame him for that spot right there. In that shack, in the closet. That is a good place to be. Just buy some time. Just try to survive and hold that DBS out. Wait for the player and just try to make a play.
Dude, peekaboo. Peekaboo.
That's right. You need a peekaboo.
Again.
Here comes Tensa.
SLR.
Here comes Tensa, though, the legend. The most global LAN experience in this lobby. Get a full send on a Reckless, but Reckless has the DBS. When you had the DBS,
no way.
He ran out. No way. Yeah, you can't run out like that, though.
They were stacked on top of each other. It was doable for a moment.
He should have jiggle peeked. He should have jiggle peeked.
They were
just jiggle peeked that closet, and it could have been possible. But he full sent it out. I think maybe he thought it was one more player.
Yeah.
But it was they were too stacked up. And
they were stacked
nothing
up,
you could do.
dude. Like, that was a close one. Well, we'll get back to them. Execute. Looks like Fate already repositioned, found a spot in the circle. The Chosen. 2 elim points. Looking for some grenades, looking for some more limb points here. And that's going to be Wanted Vigilantes with their 2-2 split. Oh, Bookie catching that one.
Onion gets pieced up in the shoulder. He's got that nade locked and loaded, though. Can he knock it down on to this squad? Sup, Big? Oh, doesn't know where to go. Here comes Wanted Vigilantes. Onion gets one, but can't get the other. Oh, but now Zed's in trouble from Onion across the way. Can he get the full squad? This nade can get everything. Bookie's in trouble. Bop. Oh, that one hurt. Onion, do you have another? Okay, I like how he goes for the thirst. Very, very smart. Oh, these nades are going to be brutal.
That's too short. That is too short. Oh.
But that one was not.
The fade
Bookie
away.
did get caught, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is Quan. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Quan gets the last left on the Tensa.
The Panthers in the shack. Tensa, like you mentioned, done. Fate now pulling up, tossing a molly right there. Going to be keeping the Panthers in that shack. That molly, that spread is going to connect on
Oh,
Ward,
no,
but also
Fate!
catching on Fate. And Fate is getting shot in return. Needs to watch out. Wall Street Bets down there, down range, but Fate. Casper taking down the Panthers in the wooden shack here, huh, Jukes?
Ooh, that was scary. That sure was scary. That got a little too close for comfort, in my opinion. YKG
Jason's
with
done.
7 eliminations.
No clue. Jason has no clue right now.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
I think he has somewhat of an idea. He knows what's in the middle of the map, that's for sure.
Doesn't know what's
But he's
behind
got to watch
him.
out for these side plays. Wanted
Doesn't.
Vigilantes, man. Great game from them. 10 eliminations. Got to feeling good. Oh, yeah, you're right.
When I'm right, I'm right,
MG3.
Jukes. When I'm right, man.
Absolutely
time-
facts.
I was right. Like they say, a broken clock is right 2 times a day.
That's right.
That's a T1 MG3 shot right there, by the way.
Casper wanting revenge. YKG still up. Oh,
Dude! Whoa! That's
What
on
a
Joey.
shot.
Yeah.
oh
that is
and
on
thirsted. And thirsted as well.
Who picked Wall Street Bets? Anyone? Anyone in the chat?
That is the question. Who picked Wall Street Bets? I know who didn't. Let's see if Jawoon can catch another player here. Can he catch C? Can he see Casper? Can he get that nice little spray through the smoke? Doesn't look like he's opting to go for it. Wall Street Bets just playing very calm and collected, throwing out some of them smokes, and trying to find a way into this next zone safely. It's risky, though.
Yeah, I do love how you pointed it out. They're playing nice and slow. They have a nice read on their opponents here in the final zones here. They know for a fact there's going to be some opponents down here in this little ravine on their road, because remember, they took out Joey not too long ago. And they also know that Execute are down there in the south. So they have the intel. Now it's just a matter of hitting them shots and bringing home the chicken here, huh, Jukes?
Uh-oh, and YKG is full sending it up to the shack. And they are going to find the shack nice and safely. A bold push from YKG. Will it pay off for them? They got to watch out for those nades. Fate. Nice shots on the G-Wound from across the way.
Here comes Casper. Here comes Fate.
Fate.
They got that one knock. Okay, looks like they're just trying to get some cover.
He's looking for that crate, but nothing in there because he still has a level 2 helmet. That's already been taken probably by one of these players from Wall Street Bets.
The 2v2v2.
Oh, that was a great shot, but 24K knew that, you know what, I can't get knocked. Let me go back into this. And Fears said, I'm going to go do some donuts, bro. Don't worry.
24K probably has the best position right now based off
For sure.
of just where the circle is and because of the cover, obviously, the concrete shack and the vehicle. But Fate trying to take it away. Trying to take... Oh, are we pulling up? Are we pulling up?
He's in a great spot.
In grenade
He didn't
range.
bring a teammate. Yep, he knows that all you got to do is just lay up closer.
Oh, and
catch a nade.
24K knows too.
Yep, he said, I'm not risking this. I cannot be in the shack no more. So
Smart
it's a
play.
snake off. Fate
Smart
versus
play.
24K.
Donut. Donut.
Dun, 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 dun. 24K misses the nade.
24K
This is
has
another
no
one.
clue where Fate repositioned. Meanwhile, Fate crawling ever so closer. Now the smokes.
Uh-oh.
Cause a little more
Mixing things up.
confusion. Still a 2v2v2.
2v2. How about you? Let's see. I think Wall Street Bets are playing this very tight together. Look how Execute's deciding to go for this split play. Super dangerous here. If one of them gets knocked, they're not getting back up. But for Wall Street Bets.
Oh, Casper.
That's an eviction nade. That
For
is an
one.
eviction nade. You got to know another's coming. Casper for two.
Follow-up. The follow-up. Please don't be going for the revive.
Oh.
Ooh, that one's just over the head right there.
Casper. 4-3.
Up. Maybe no more. Maybe no more grenades. Oh, 2 more grenades.
Yes,
Why
2
didn't
more.
we see that second follow-up? The third follow-up.
Fate getting bodied by 24K in that 1v1 battle. We saw who won that snake off. Casper did not like that. And now it's all in his little lonesome. Fears has an angle here. I think YKG needs to start grouping up now. Start working together. Do what you do. It's easy win. Ooh, wrong side. D just goes out.
24K still playing that anchor position.
Kubi,
Meanwhile,
shoot.
Fears in the front lines, in the smokes. QB knows
Kubi, shoot.
exactly where Fears is. Fears peeking their head.
Kubi,
Fears
shoot.
in the open. QB looking for the UMP shots. Is going
Kubi,
to confirm
shoot.
that second place finish at least, but was not able to take out 24K in the back line. 2v1, just too strong. Hot Jukes, QB. What are your thoughts, man? Initial thoughts. Initial thoughts right there. QB.
Man, it was a tough one. It was a tough one, especially with that other player from YKG. It was 24K, I believe, all the way on the back on top of that roof. As soon as he shot, he was going down. So a good effort. I love to see it, at this time around. But at the same time, it's good points for them. YKG, though, just a little too strong.
Yeah, I believe the reason that the shots were not fired is because they wanted to confirm that second place, because second place gets you 6 points, third place gets you 5. So we've seen in multiple tournaments, 1 point can be the deciding factor.
Yes. And, I when I see YKG make a play like this, it just makes me think, are they falling off? Is N-Hyper being better than them? I know none of that stuff was said, and I'm not saying it either. Let's take it to a quick break. We got one more match left to go.
Oh, man, you're definitely saying it.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That was an awesome video. By the way, I heard Hajuk say that he didn't hear that YKG was tanking, but what I did hear was somebody opening up a Monster Energy drink to my left, right? You're on my left, but you're on the right on the screen. So shout out to Monster
I finished
Energy.
it. I downed it so fast because it's such a good drink that I threw it away. I can't have it to show you, but I 100% did just consume Monster Energy drink because we have that energy to follow up YKG's win.
Sharing is caring, Cameron. Sharing is caring. I thought you were gonna say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to buy myself. But then Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Now that match, I mean, YKG. In my head, I was thinking they kind of been slow, but they haven't. They've been putting up a lot of eliminations. I think they've been slow just because I expected a lot more chicken dinners for them. And here you go. They finally gave me a chicken dinner.
It's been the placements that have been lacking on them, but they followed up. They get nice 10 points just in time for them to sit out on the final map onto Vikendi. So compared to last week overall, you know, not as good, but we're looking at like 90% versus 100%, right? Like it's still a very, very good day for YKG.
Yeah, for them to start off day one like this in week 2, couldn't ask for anything better. Execute there with 14 points. One Vigilante, a team that's definitely surprising us today, at least for the past 2 matches. 10 eliminations out of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. They had one game with really high placements, another game with good placements and good eliminations. It's just we got to start seeing that consistency here.
Did I see that right? Did Puppeteer manage to get another place? Okay, Puppeteers, let's go. I think that's 2 placement points for today. Heck yeah.
I know, it's growth. It's growth, 7. But look, like here, looking at the bottom half of the match leaderboard, a lot of zeros, a lot of very low numbers, some good solid mid-range elimination points. You know, Angry Amateurs getting 4, that's okay. Like, you know, for a match, you want your average placements to be between 4 and 6 as like a good starting point, but that's the average, right? So a one-off, you know, it's, you know, good, but
we'll see. By the way, I want to see what the player stats have been doing so far today, because Execute, they've been performing quite well. And let's see. Ooh, 633 damage, 371, 440, and then we have Tensa with 96. I wonder if he's still warming up. But besides Tensa, everybody else is putting up great numbers.
Yeah, really good numbers across the board, except for the Knights X regional champion player. So that's a little surprising that it's that low. Tensa's kind of credited as the guy who's bringing a sense of veteranship, and you know, maybe that shows in his leadership abilities and able to keep everyone under pressure and to lift them up to perform. Oftentimes you see that is what happens with a veteran player coming into a roster, but if his numbers can pick up, everyone else can stay the same, then we can start to see Execute do what some of us expected at the beginning of when this event started.
Yeah, maybe he's warming up a little bit slow, but you know what? The game is ready. Vikendi is coming up. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Let's send it to Odd Jukes and Mustache Dave.
Here we go. Final match here of the start of this day, and it's right into Vikendi. And we got a code right at the bottom here, Dave.
Code. Vikendi, man, I am pumped up. Remember, Hot Jukes, I have been sending emails for 2 years.
Yes.
2 years of me every single Monday morning, and we all know how we feel about Mondays. Monday morning, I wake up, I send the email, Vikendi went, Vikendi went, Vikendi went. They said, listen, Dave, enough emails, Vikendi now. We got it back, baby. We got it back, baby.
Let's go. Who do you think got that code, Dave?
Me.
Oh,
Yeah, when I was saying, oh, I was typing it in.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. And nice. Well,
Nice.
we're going to see who's going to get this chicken dinner on the final match of the day,
Me
Dave.
too. Me too.
Let's see. Water circle, please.
Yeah, for sure.
It is tradition.
So going back to YKG, interesting little storyline.
Okay.
Fears is going to be out
Oh.
the last 2 days because they're going to a wedding. So Fears,
Oh,
yeah.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I mean, my condolences.
So Fears told me that they're trying to get as many points as possible on the first 2 days, just to kind of offset the fact that they will not be participating. So
Ooh.
yeah, they had a great day. They had a great day.
They
Meanwhile,
definitely did.
talking about not having a great day. Oh,
Slimmy.
yeah,
Oh.
Slimmy not having a great day.
You hate to see it.
Didn't see it. So YKG, thoughts on the fact that Fears, one of the key players, are going to be sitting out the last 2 days this week. What are your thoughts on that?
Anytime that you have a player sit out, it could definitely make things interesting. Obviously, you know, wedding, family always comes first. Got to agree. You know, but how it's a dangerous thing to happen. Okay,
Yeah.
because you want to know why?
Why?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Tell me.
If the team does insanely better
Oh.
without him, you know,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
You keeping that bench warm, dog.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
For the
true.
rest of the season,
That is
you are
true.
not playing. So that is the risk, right? I mean, you want your players, you want your team to do good, but if they do insanely good without you playing, that's going to be the last time you play for a while, my friend. You know? So Fears is a monster. He's a monster in this lobby. So regardless if that were to happen, you know, something's going to happen, right? But yeah, like that is it's a fact. I mean, you just can't blame him.
Yeah, it's a fact, but I don't see it happening, honestly, for Fears, but it's definitely there, you know? So, getting into this match, Water is in circle number 1. We did predict it. If I had to give it the percentage, maybe like 20%, because remember, you got that nice little inlet that runs down into the mainland. So 20% Water, but there's still plenty of room to be had here when it comes to buildings to occupy, compounds to take up, and just open terrain to rotate through on the east and west side of circle number 1. So if I'm one of these teams down in the south, MEZEXIS, WALLSTREETBETS, The Chosen, I'm not too worried early game with my rotations here. But if there was going to be something to worry about, Jukes, what would that be in your opinion?
Ooh, let me see
should
here.
we worry about? I'm
The
not
water.
worried.
The water.
You think more water, maybe? Maybe a northern shift? That's something to worry about.
If it keeps going to the water, which I'm praying it does, because I just want to see crazy water zone. That
That is
would
something
be
to worry about.
That would be lovely. But you know, this kind of zone's always a little funky because it is split down the middle, right? So you have to kind of make a decision. Do I stay on the right towards Cosmodrome, or do I kind of go on the left towards Mount Kresnik, Coal Mine? And you kind of have to make that bet. Either way, you're still able to cross that area relatively easy, but it's still a bet nonetheless.
We got Joey in the chat, sitting out the last game. Joey, GG's today, my man. Great day number 1 to kickstart week number 2 when it comes to the overall leaderboards. Joey, who are you looking to get the dub here this game, who would you want to get the dub here this game? If I was
Oh,
Joey,
the Panthers.
you would say the Panthers?
The Panthers. I just want to see a dub from them. I want to see them win it. You know, I believe in this team. I really do. I played a lot of games with Quan. The dude is a legend. Big Nate, a superstar in the making. I just think that they've got some little problems that they need to get over, you know? And that's in the team fights, because they are an aggressive squad, but how they push together and their hesitations, it's something that can be solved over time. I mean, we've seen it, right? Joey had these problems and worse before, and now he's one of the top players in the lobby.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that could be said for many of the players here in this lobby. And one of the teams in particular, no, two of the teams in particular, Men of Four and Angry Amateurs, they have not been having a good go at things here today, as Skur going to be holding down the stairwell with the double barrel shotgun right here. And Angry Amateurs, they do have that, I was going to say that key player on the outskirts looking to make that play with that grenade, with that molly, but they were immediately spotted and taken out. So there goes that surprise factor on the outskirts. I believe that was Excuse with the third party. But both these teams, Hot Jukes, they have been getting no love here tonight. They've just been in the thick of it all evening.
Oh,
All evening.
Skrrr! Saying, you know what? If anyone's going to take out my teammate, it's going to be me, baby.
Intentional, for sure.
100%.
As Skur's
100%.
looking there with the grenade in hand, just looking at the stairs.
I think he's pausing. He's just like, oh,
a little
pause.
pause right there.
Ooh, pause. Oh, and it just gets bodied. There's a nade by Supra that just, he's playing it through the window with that DBS. One shot's all it takes, though. Oh!
Dude got right to his face.
Good night.
Oh, it's been tough. I mean, we were talking about it. It has been tough. So I'm hoping these
Dude.
teams that had a really rough day here could just hit that reset button heading into
SLR
tomorrow.
senior going out early. You hate to see that from them. Let's see what Craze can do now, as he's all alone, up on top, by himself. Dave, can we see a miracle here? There's one.
Dude, everyone has a team.
Everyone, dude. It is ridiculous.
That's all
They
I
look like
hear.
a bunch of like turkeys just going, wah, wah,
Yeah.
wah, you know, just like it
Yeah.
was insane. Oh my gosh,
I
just
love
straight
it.
barking at him.
I
from the down
absolutely
low.
love the DBS. I think it's very entertaining to watch, and I know for a fact it is a mandatory second slot weapon. Like, you need to be running it right now, at least until it gets nerfed, you know, supposedly. But it has been quite the exciting weapon to see here
Heck
develop
yes.
in the current competitive meta. Jukes. I like the
Oh my
DBS better
gosh.
than the Uzi when we were in the Uzi meta.
Yeah, it's much deadlier. It's much more deadly. That's
you
a
could
fact.
go for those big plays, like the 1v4s, the 1v3s. I feel like are definitely a higher chance on the solo side now, compared to back in the Uzi days.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. That gun, it just doesn't mess around. It's one shot, one kill. I mean, what more could you want? When you are up close and personal, if you got a gun that can do that, that's the gun you're going to hold on to. And you can see Rin's already got one. And this player right here has one as well, Ali Zin.
Yeah, it's
I
definitely
believe that's a
mandatory.
sub as well. Ali Zin is now in, and I don't remember seeing Ali before.
Well, let's see. It goes back to that sub, that bench player conversation from earlier on. Like, if that bench player brings something new to the team and the team does better with them, you have to assume they're going to
With her.
continue to use them. And Hyper, though. And Hyper is not going to be a team that I want to see myself up close and personal with here very early on in the match. And they're feeling it here, Hot Jukes.
QZ on point with this nade. Ali, run. Ali, run! Run, Ali!
It's
She
a
didn't hear
tough
me.
one. I mean, just look at how Hyper collapsing and wrapping around, circling their prey.
Bop? Double bop? Oh, the vehicle. Too strong. Kindness. It's up to Hayuya. And Bray as well. Oh my gosh, 2v1. And Hyper can go down here. Kindness? Where's Bray?
Both
Kindness
pulling
speed
up
up.
too for the third party.
Oh, BOPE! Saving Kindness. As they are now going for the reset. Hayuya picking up alley. Rin is over there, though, and Rin's a problem. BOPE's a bigger one, to be honest. Now you also have to worry about the Chosen and the down low. You got to take out Kindness. If you're going to do it, you got to do it now.
Kindness is cooking something. It looks like a grenade. Going to be tossing the
him
grenade. Is it cooked to perfection?
Oh.
It is, Hot Jukes.
Let the man cook, Dave.
Let it cook. I'm looking at BOPE though on the high ground. BOPE looking to make some plays happen, looking to get some elim points on the overall leaderboards. This is their moment to shine. As we're going to be looking at these three teams who are currently down in the south. If you're looking at the map, and it looks like
Kindness said I'm out.
No.
Kindness said I'm out.
In the
See ya.
Zima. In the Zima with Rin.
See you later.
See you later.
Hayuya. And leaving Hayuya with BOPE. Just to babysit him.
Yeah,
That
you
is
take it. You take it. You can have it.
I'm done with him. I'm
And
done with
you
him.
know what?
It is
That's
your
a heads
turn.
up play from a T1 squad, right? They recognize the situation. They know that the odds are no longer in their favor and that they're running the risk of getting wiped here because of that third party. So the objective went from taking out this squad, wiping them out to, hey, let's just get out of here. Let's go for placement points. And that is something that the more experienced teams have been showing us here tonight is the ability to know when and when not to fight here, Hot Juke. So very important
That's right.
takeaway right there.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta just take your time. Take your time, and you gotta know when to fight. It is sometimes better, like you mentioned, to just stay quiet, mind your business, and then come and get it done in the late game. But so far, so good for N-Hyper. Yeah, they did lose a couple, but I think they definitely played it to their best ability once those two did go down. Zone, still up here in the north side.
Yeah.
Still some water in the play.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
That was an intense fight. I almost forgot that we were playing Vikendi, honestly. Intense fight down there. K19 also in a really solid position. And I know you love when I bring in the player insights here because I had the opportunity to speak to the IGL Ander. And Ander told me this squad did so many hours of VOD review from last week that now they have a better understanding of every single squad's drop spot. And they actually told me that they took a little inspiration this week from N-Hyper in their rotations. So listen, if it's working for another team and they're at the top, study them. Use what they do. Put that in your playbook. And that's what K19, that was their plan here tonight. And they got a nice position up there in the north right now. Beautiful
one
spot.
thing K19, I could tell, has been doing really well, okay, is those high ground positionings. That is something I've caught on to big time. And I wonder if teams have possibly caught on to the same thing because it is huge. It is huge when you have that high ground. So much vision. You got the gun skill to just lay it down onto players down low. We're going to get a nice little coal mine and Zabava finish.
Zabava.
Dave, how do you feel about that?
Hey, I feel good, man. And a shout out to that one person in the chat that's like, I love Dave's insights when he talks to players. I do it for you, man. I do it for you. As K19 now in the Zimas, they're probably going to be just chilling on the east side of this circle. You talked about that water, though, kind of being that divide between the circle number one. That water's still going to be in play. And there's going to be a little bridge up there that K19 might be able to use. But the thing is that's starting to concern me is that the Panthers are going to be overlooking that bridge across the way. So K19, they're okay. They're safe for the time being. But moving ahead, definitely keep an eye on them and the Panthers here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, definitely got to keep an eye on them. Anything can happen here at this point. It's still not too late to see a crazy hard shift, weird finish. So keep those vehicles to your side. Keep them gas cans ready. Oh, look at the little puppy in the snow. Helping out Jason, giving him sight lines.
Jason having a little conversation right there with the puppy.
I saw it.
Yep.
Bark, bark.
Bark, bark.
Bark, bark.
Who
Where are they
is not barking this game, though? Right here. Right here.
Hayuya.
Scared.
Can he do it?
Scared. No shotgun to use here. Now being blessed with the blue.
There you
Brago
go.
trying to push up. Reloading. When you hear that reload, that's your chance to push, honestly.
Both players take, but you can't really hear that reload with that DBS because that DBS, as soon as you reload one bullet, you can still shoot.
And we all know one bullet's all it takes. One slug.
That's all it takes.
Or one grenade.
Leo! Dope Slayer's out of there. So that is going to be their day finished. Where's the zone going to go? Dead center? Most likely.
Chat, let us know how you doing. A little vibe check right now in the chat.
Vibe check.
Last and final map of a day number 1, week number 2. This week is this week's gonna be a spicy one, Hot Jukes. I can already feel it in my bones. And the hard shift from the zone said, "Hey, you want some spice? Well, I got something nice." And looks like 4 or 5 teams will be blessed, but that's what I was mentioning earlier on. Like K19 and their East hold, they got to really thread the needle right now to make it into this next zone safe and alive. And it looks like they're going to be driving past the Golden Eagles and the Puppeteer. So we're going to have a little skirmish on our hands.
Let's go, baby.
About time.
Get some hype in the chat. Puppeteers holding it down real good. Dog saying, "You shall not pass, Poppy Sour." And man, K19, they may have, learned a little bit from Ed Hyper, but these pushes, dong, not looking too good. Ding dong, hello, and goodbye.
4 points on to Puppeteer right there. And all they had to do was just sit and wait. Sit and wait for the points to come to you. So let's see. It looks like the Chosen might be opting to do the same play, sitting and waiting to see if men of 4 come towards them. As both teams are going to be right there on the edge of the play zone, so they can play this one a little slower, but then they run the risk of getting third party. And I believe the Chosen making the call to make the push. Stellar just straight up peeking in the open right there, crouching, going for those shots with the M4.
Just peeking wide out in the open, not a care in the world.
No care.
Here
No
comes
care.
Anying
Actually
with
crouch.
the nade. Let's see, what is the prediction going to be? Which team do you think is going to win the map here?
Oh.
Put it in the chat right now.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know about the map, but this fight, I think the Chosen are going to win up against Men of 4, just because Men of 4, they were just turtling on up. They feel like they had the advantage. They had the high ground right there, but they decided to pull back and retreat just a little bit. Now the Chosen are going to be taking full advantage of that here Hot Juice.
Oh, well, Anying with the DBS looking too good as they pick up another. 3 players up for the Chosen. I'm going to go with excuse here, Dave. It's a bold prediction.
Bold prediction.
Bold
So then
prediction.
I'm going with MEZEXIS. If we're going bold, MEZEXIS and excuse. The 2 picks here from the casters. Ooh.
Oh, well, guess what?
Guess what?
7WG and Cameron Davis picked execute, and they picked them right now because they saw this zone shift.
Is that
Can you
even
believe it?
spicy though? You know what I'm saying? Like execute have been having a really great day in my opinion. Listen, I like that we pick teams that it's a coin flip. I do like that, Hot Juice. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
going to
agree.
give us props. Giving props where props would do. So MEZEXIS, they're going to have to gatekeep the Chosen. Meanwhile, excuse are going to have to gatekeep WALLSTREETBETS. So both of our teams going to be forced to fight here any moment.
I do vote a half a star victory if excuse wins. Just want to put that out there. What do you guys think in the chat? Love to hear your thoughts as this game continues to go on. Dong, looking to open things up on in Hyper.
Ooh, and Hyper. Oh, no. Nothing but
Excuse,
points.
baby.
1 HP. Dude, still going.
Go, full set.
Go,
the Panthers
go.
don't see you. Don't see you.
Oh,
Don't see
no.
you. Oh,
Zemo
my
on
gosh.
fire. Oh, what? What? Oh, no. Actually
This
trolling us.
is interesting. This is what I'll talk about, baby. Love to see some action here at the end. Dong! With a huge off-a goal. Dong
Last one alive, too, from the Puppeteers.
coming from behind.
Last last one alive from the Puppeteers. Wall Street Bets still with 3 up, but they are somewhat separated. D09 in the front lines. Yeah, D, I don't know where you're going, but the Panthers shutting down that push right there. Shutting it down.
Wall Street Bets looking at their back. They want to make sure that that's fully cleared. Kindness be able to run around for free. Exotic, not able to catch him. It's got to start focusing inwards at this point. There's a minute left on the clock. Puppeteers
Dong.
eliminated.
Dong is
Goodbye,
done.
Dong.
Dong had a phenomenal day. We saw in game number 1, really opening up the day to start it out with.
I agree. I guess regardless of how this day went for them, I think Dong should really feel like, I think he got the happy ending here at the end of the day. Really good performance.
Wall Street Bets, they got that duo cresting the edge, trying to force their way into the zone, but they need to be cautious because Excuse in the south, the Panthers to the north. Oh no, taking another shotgun. Are we going for a drop shot? Are we jumping off? Kubi's down.
Oh!
Kubi's down.
Oof.
And
Sometimes you got to pre-fire.
They go down as well.
Zuko trying to work on new Excuse. Can Excuse make me proud and get it done in this game? It's going to be hard, though, honestly. This is a tough position. And, yeah, the Panthers are just beating up this Excuse team. Papa Blue! Rosh throwing the nade and saying, see ya, I'm going away with the Zima. That was nice.
See, the Zima plays have been
toes!
top-notch.
You got to watch the toes, Dave.
Have been top-notch. The Panthers are finally showing up here in the last and final map, playing the edge. They're taking all the fights they can get here as James.
Oh, James, you got to hit those, James. James, you got to hit those, James.
Take it out in return.
James.
James. Vehicle explosion. You know, James is going to want that one back, Hot Jukes.
Oh, man, dude. That is the wrong side of the highlight reel that you're leaving yourself on with that play.
Oh, James.
Chronics just destroying dreams right here. Kai and X-Straight have a really good position, so they're going to get the res. The next zone does pop on up. Execute looking real good. Skills of Mine have a great position. And now Quan is looking to press up onto Fate.
Looks like Fate is going to be pulling back just a little bit, but Skills of Mine, yeah, they have a great spot. They're going to have to keep MEZEXIS at bay and also try to make sure that the duo from Execute right above them don't third-party them. So we'll keep tabs on them because right now the Panthers just cleaning their half of the zone. They almost took out Excuse, but Excuse, like you mentioned, they're able to get at least a player up to have a duo. But here we go. Skills of Mine. Trying to hold down the edge right now. Trying to hold it down. They got 4 up. They got 4 up, but
oh, watch out for that vehicle.
Missing a couple shots as MEZEXIS down to just Trick running across this open terrain. They used the smoke tunnel to try to close the gap, but Trick the last one alive.
Trick spotted the head there. I don't believe that vehicle's done for. Oh my gosh, it's a nade party. Trick, you got one in return? Up.
Oh, that was it. You had to hit that. Yeah. You had to hit that. Oh, wow. What a push from MEZEXIS, though. I mean, talk about getting screwed right there in the zone. But they did play that one a little slower than I would have liked to have seen. Skills of Mine.
Excuse eliminated.
Still
Couldn't
up.
do it.
Execute still up. Down to just 3
Nate.
teams.
Uh-oh. You gotta watch out for Nate, though. Oh, no. The off angle coming up strong. Bomba! Absolutely taking him out, but they spot Casper in the open. Casper's going down. Nate, you need to play this one very quiet.
Nate's done, man. Nate's done. Nate is done. Skills of Mine finally showing up, starting to spread their wings here on the southern half of this zone, trying to clean it up, trying to use their numbers to their advantage to get the winner chicken dinner here. As Wasted was looking for some angles as Smoke will be blocking the sightlines. Tensa knows Wasted is behind that boulder. Did toss a grenade. Chunked down to about 50% HP, but Jason and Tensa, they're on solo missions right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, they are. PBS coming out. Jason, full sending it.
Molly, take that.
Nice one. Oh, too far.
There's
Nate.
one.
getting popped
no.
up the air.
Oh no, the confirm.
Thirsted.
Dude, what?
Quan?
The Panthers. What did you just do?
Gotta hurt.
That's
Quan.
Quan needs to save this.
Jason, you got this. Who's got this? I don't know.
I'm going with Quan. I'm going with Quan.
Going Quan?
Quan.
Oh, pre-fire.
Quan versus Jason. Jason has more HP. Oh, but now here comes a third party from Skills of Mine from behind.
Skills of Mine have all the opportunity to win this. This is their game to win. If they lose, it's because they threw.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'm still invested in the Quan versus Jason skirmish, honestly. Both have 50% HP. Now Jason being forced to pop up and take some shots on the Skills of Mine. So we'll have to get a rematch here maybe tomorrow between the two. But Quan, last one live from the Panthers. 1v3. Barely any health.
Ooh. Quan. Man with a shotgun and a dream. Already secured second place. Gonna get some placement points. But you know you want that chicken dinner. You know you want that chicken dinner. But this is just house. He's just a man chilling in a tent saying, hey, don't come this way. I'm just chilling. I got half HP, man. Oh, Bop!
Confirm.
That's one. Got the confirm.
Oh,
Got two. Two confirms. Two confirms. Three?
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, that was great.
That was great.
That was
yeah.
honestly a huge finish from Quan to secure 2 more points, but it is Skills of Mind winning a must-win chicken dinner for them.
Skills of Mine, playing mind games right there, letting Quan feel comfortable, feel like he's got this one in the bag, but then quickly swooping on in to get the winner chicken dinner in game number 5. But yeah, shout out to Quan right there, being able to get not one, like you said, Juice, but 2 more additional Elim points. And Elim points are everything here, baby.
Whoo, man, they were still, you can't see them. You can't see them, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Just in the snow, blending with the background. No team could even touch them. Dave, what a finish. And again, so good to see you back on the cast, bro.
Day number 1, week number 2, PMPL NA 2023, baby.
Let's go.
That's how we finish a match right there. Quan almost being able to clutch it up. That was so close. So close.
Wasn't that close, but definitely a good job to get a couple of elimination points at the very end.
Just let me believe, okay? In an alternative universe, he definitely clutched it up. By the way, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. You were believing in him too. Yeah, I'm trying to back you up here, Cam. You were like, oh, Quan can clutch this up.
I say that whenever anyone's in a 1 versus 4. Granted, Skills of Mine did sort of feed into him one at a time, allowed him to get those 2 elimination points. But really, it was the good call for him to confirm those downs, confirm those knocks, rather than maybe try and heal up or do anything else. Because you know, if you want to be able to confirm those points. If he tried to go for the clutch, just narrowly fallen, those points wouldn't have gone his way. You want to get what is secured right in front of you. And Skills of Mine, 10 placement points, 10 elimination points, 20 points to finish off the day. This was a much needed round from them because they were, what, 7? Last place on the day?
They were averaging 1 point per game before this.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good to know. Skills of Mine. Drinking that Monster Energy. Love to see it. Execute there with the 9 points. A team that we both picked. I really thought Execute was going to come out on top. When I saw Tensa, I was like, is he going to be able to clutch it up? He wasn't able to clutch it up. And I'm hoping maybe by tomorrow he'll be up and ready. I want to see that Tensa that I used to know, that I used to get a lot of frags. And every single time we saw him in a situation like he just was, he was going to be able to clutch it up. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Shout out Godier. But yeah, we'll see. Execute. Ooh, they still had a really good day overall.
Yep.
Put themselves much higher on the overall. But yeah, just unable to finish out that final round. A good hold, but Skills of Mine, they had nice position in order to be able to slowly, bit by bit, one by one, take out individual members as they went through. Second page of the match ranking. Couple elimination points, but then towards the bottom, it's what you usually see at the bottom. A couple of breadsticks, a couple of donuts.
Cam, look at number 10 and let me know if you're surprised.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm not surprised at all. I can't wait to see what the overall is going to be looking like because I'm definitely going to be staring just at Puppeteer. And I want to see, if I'm not mistaken, I think they ended up with just 2 placement points for the day, which if we go back to week 1, day 1, it's an improvement. They got
It is
1 more point, if I'm not mistaken, once again. If I'm not mistaken.
Growth. It's growth.
We'll have to wait and see. You know what? Please do me a favor. Now I'm really intrigued. I'm intrigued to see who's gonna be finishing at the top. But I'm really intrigued to see if they actually did end up getting those 2 placement points because I might be right. And Hyper actually being able to maintain the first place, actually getting back the first place, 63 points. YKG following with 58.
Yeah. So despite the concerns we had with YKG, and despite Hyper with a really hot start, Hyper did come out on top, but only by 5 points. So if you remember, they started off at the end of last week on the overall, like the series overall, 25 point gap.
Yep.
It's still about 20 right now. So it's progress, but YKG, they're not giving up the lead anytime soon.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at Execute. We were talking about how great of a day they have had. This overall definitely reflecting that 45 points for them in the 3rd place. This is more what I was expecting out of this team. Phoenix Esports NA there with 30 points, also having a great performance. And I'm going to go down a little bit more because another big surprise for me now, Skills of Mine with that last game, being able to jump up in top 7 with 23 points and following them, SLR.
Yeah. Skills of Mine, SLR, seeing a couple of teams at the bottom of the overall leaderboard really pick it up this week. I just hope that this shows that it's going to be a competitive event. It's not just going to be, here are the teams that are always at the top, though that is the case, but here are the other teams that are sort of challenging 3rd through 10th as it is. And then, like, you never like to see the bottom 4 teams be the same bottom 4 every single time. You want those teams to be able to fight to get into the grand final, whether or not they get a lot of bonus points while doing it.
Yeah, and some of the other teams that we're currently not seeing here that we are going to be seeing on the 2nd page is going to be the Chosen. And hold on, wait a second. Puppeteer, 4 matches. There you go. Confirm. 2 placement points. Already a better performance than they had last week.
Like I said, bro, Dope Slayers also doing okay. They had one good map. Actually, all their placement points came from one map. I'm actually starting to get really, really disappointed in Dope Slayers. Remember, they finished last week in 6th place with, I guess, around the same, actually. 66 place points. That's, what is that, 12, 15 placement points a day? But when you can tell that all this one came from one map in particular, it's not looking good. But it's only one day, so hopefully they can recover and come back in better form tomorrow.
Definitely, and another team I'm going to be looking at is actually MEZEXIS, only being able to get 13 points. That is not the MEZEXIS that we were used to. And to follow that on as well, Golden Eagles, a team that was in the first page from day 1 last week, falling all the way to 17th place with just 11 points.
Yeah, 4th and 5th place, now being 15th and 17th on the day, that's what I'm talking about. It's not just the middle pack that are chasing YKG and Hyper. it's more competitive, maybe because teams that were lower down are stepping up, but we're also seeing some teams that were a little higher up kind of fall a little bit, which it's good for the teams below them to have a chance to sort of recuperate and come back up, but it also might mean that YKG and NHyper are just going to take this and run and leave everyone else in the dust behind them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to be happening with those two teams, if they're going to continue on the performance that they have. By the way, going back to Puppeteer before we show that MVP, I did want to mention, last week, they ended up with 1 placement point, but on the flip side, they had 26 eliminations. Today, they had 2 placement points and 18 elimination points. So, did they improve? If it was me, I will take the points.
It's a pendulum, okay? It's going to eventually find itself in the center where it's supposed to be.
Okay, I hope once we get to the finals, they end up finding that happy place. But
yeah.
We see the performances from today. I'm interested to see who you got for MVP. I got an idea, but I'm not going to tell you yet. Yeah, who do you think got MVP?
Oh, boy. Oh, wow. I actually...
It has to be somebody from NHyper and YKG because their performances today were just...
Probably. I refuse to pick QZZ.
Okay.
From that match 1. It's unforgivable. I'm honestly drawing a blank.
Okay, you're good. You're good. And my brain thought on this one was like, okay, NHyper performed really well today. They actually lead in eliminations, but I feel like that team spread it out the elims a lot more. So there might not be just one standout player. I feel like it's going to be somebody from YKG. I can't tell you who, because I honestly have no idea. It could be Joey. We saw him being able to perform really well with the soft angles, but it might also be 24K because he was putting up a lot of eliminations. So, you know what? Show me that MVP. Enough of us trying to figure it out.
Oh! Okay.
Wow.
They just did that much better.
Wow. Here I was talking about that NHyper was able to spread out the elims and whatnot, and kind of just like, psych, let me get that MVP real quick. 14 eliminations. I wonder how many elims the second place person got, because that is a lot, and that is a lot, Kindness. Jeez.
I mean, he's definitely not alone in that number of eliminations. It's got to be the damage that puts him over the edge, as well as, I guess, overall, yeah?
I'm hearing 24K got 16 eliminations, so I'm guessing his average survival time was lower. Ooh, okay. GK Verse had 15.
We were getting some, we were just getting some very, very important information. Like I said, it's like, what is it? Kindness 14, 24K 16, GK First 15, Joey 13. So like I said, like the kills are like very neck and neck between those players, the two superstars at the moment from NHyper and YKG. And so it's just got to be the damage as well as the survival time, because remember, for the first couple of maps, YKG was getting 0 placements even though they were picking up a fair number of kills.
True, but impressive, right? We expected these two teams to come out hot, and they actually continue on. Something you usually don't tend to see. Some teams definitely slow down on week 2, so it's good to see that the top dogs currently on that overall leaderboard are maintaining that top dog performance. Let us know what was your standout performance on social media. Make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA. I can't wait to see who you guys got for MVP. Even if it wasn't Kindness, just take a wild guess. Let us know who you were thinking. You know, I was going in with my format in my head. It didn't end up working out because I got the absolute wrong team. And just let us know.
You were close. You were close.
I was, but it wasn't the right team though. But yeah. You know what? You live and you learn. Maybe tomorrow I'll be able to finally get it right. I have not been able to get MVP right one time. Before we leave, Cameron, anything that you want to say to the viewers? Anything that surprised you maybe today?
I mean, NHyper, YKG, it's full steam ahead there. I'm on the Joey hype train. I'm on the Kindness hype train. I'm on the hype train of all these teams. This is looking like it's going to be a stomp.
Rewind. Hold on. Don't end it yet. Did I hear that right? Did he say he's on the Joey train? Is that confirmation?
I want to be on 8 trains. Every single member of NHyper and YKG at the same time. I'm going to put a little piece of luggage. So they're all going to get to the same destination, even if they're a little spread out. But 8 trains all at once.
Fair enough.
Like an LA highway, but like a track. LA track. Anyway, whatever. You get the picture I'm trying to paint.
I know exactly what you mean. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today, week 2, day 1. Once again, my name is The Seven Worlds Gaming, alongside Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. We see you guys tomorrow for day number 2 of the PMPL NA Spring Split 2023.